rise for the singing of our national anthem, to be followed by a moment of personal reflection. Thank you. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to our regular council meeting of July 5th. All members of council are present this morning. Could I just remind everyone, please turn your electronic devices and cell phones into a non-audible mode during the course of the meeting. Members of council, before we begin our meeting, I just wanted to express a thank you to all of our staff for Canada Day. I know that there was a lot of extra work that went on by our parks, our fleet staff, and our event staff. The weather was extremely unpredictable. They were extremely flexible in what they did, and I want to, on behalf of council, thank them for the work that they did that day. It was a good day, and I think a lot of people had a very nice 150 experience with the City of Brampton, so thank you on behalf of council. Member of council, there are a few agenda changes identified on the package in front of you. I'm going to ask the city clerk to review the changes for today's agenda since its publication last Friday, and that the additional materials were distributed to members last evening. Mr. Fay.
Mayor Jeffrey, members of council, senior staff, members of the public watching or in attendance today. The following are the changes to the published agenda. In regard to item 18.1, there is a briefing report from the Office of the Chief Administrative Officer regarding government relations matters, and there's also a copy of a presentation that will be provided to council today on this matter. As well, in regard to closed session business, item 21, specifically item 21.6, which is in regard to a litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, a litigation matter. The closed session business related to that has been distributed on members' desks this morning in a sealed envelope. And those are the changes to the published agenda, Mayor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mr. Fay. Councillor Willems. Oh, sorry, the screen is not working for me. Councillor Willems.
I have a new item to add on the previous resolution from council, but I want to add it's regarding George Street from the BIA. I think Peter has the correspondence letter, so.
So that's an item under new business?
Yes.
So that would be 16.1. Is it the BIA? Is
yeah.
that what it is? Okay. Is this to do with classic cars?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to add a delegation. Mr. Joe Tramble is here to talk about the neighborhood coyote issue that they're having, and I would like to add that as a discussion item as well.
6.2, you mean? 16.2 for the new business. Sorry. the last name again?
Tramble?
Tramble?
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Spovieri.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On staff's request, they didn't have time to bring it to us, and they're asking that we add an item in relation to the police investigation on the OPR issue.
So 21.7?
Through you, Madam Mayor, be 21.7, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, out of policy review, police investigation.
Okay. Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I'd like to add a delegation by Beaux-Arts, so it'd be item 6.2. And second, I guess related to what Councillor Spovieri has just raised, but it's not so much an in-camera. It's something that I think I could ask in council.
In regard
To OPRs.
if that's the move council, we can add it as a 16th item, and then if it's determined that needs to be discussed in closed session,
I can consult on the side after with legal.
So,
propose that as a 16th.
okay, and Councillor Moore.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I'd like to add a delegation, Susie Godefroy from the BIA. She would like to make a presentation or a delegation on the display of wares program and A-frame signs in the downtown.
So I believe that's 16.4.
Wouldn't it be
I
6 point?
I know, but I'm going back to, I'm trying to get the new business list, which is
Okay.
growing off my page. And then it would be 6.3. Yes, I'm paying attention, I really am. But I believe it's going to be 16.4 in the new business, okay?
And I would like to add one other item on the Francisini Bridge. It's a walk-on report from Public Works.
Okay, so that would be 16.5. Okay? Sorry?
To add it before they could lock it on.
Okay, but it doesn't change my agenda. Councillor Fortini.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to add a discussion on Canada about over-street parking. What happened on Canada
And is this new business?
on parking? Or any other events future to that?
Okay. And if I could recommend, we put a 16.7, a programming motion with regards to Garden Square programming opportunities. Okay, so that's 7 new items under new business, right? Okay. I will. When I get to the end of my speakers, I will. Councillor Plushy.
Madam Mayor, can I add an item about not adding any more items?
You can. You'd be 16.8 if you still want to do that. Okay, for the recap, 16.1 is Councillor Willen's item with regards to classic cars. 16.2 is Councillor Bowman's item about coyotes. 16.3 is Councillor Medeiros' question about OPRs. 16.4 is A-frames in the public right-of-way with the delegation. 16.5 is the Francisini Bridge, the housekeeping item. 16.6 is parking on Canada Day that Councillor Fortini raised. And 16.7 is the programming motion with regards to the Garden Square. And one extra closed session item. It is 21.7, yes. And there are some additional delegations, first being with regards to the coyote issue. The second one is the Beaux-Arts delegation, and 16.3 is the BIA. Okay? Everybody got that? Okay. So I have a motion moved by Councillor Fortini, second by Councillor Bowman, that the regular agenda for the regular council meeting of July 5th as amended be approved. All those in favor? That's carried. Do any members have a declaration of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act for any matter to be considered on today's agenda? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, we're now ready to move to the next item of public business on today's council agenda. This is item 3, our minutes. We have the following council minutes before us today, moved by Councillor Fortini, second by Councillor Moore. The minutes of the regular city council meeting of June 21st be approved as printed and circulated. All those in favor? That's carried. The items listed with an asterisk on our consent agenda are considered to be routine and non-controversial. The consent motion is to adopt this matter on today's agenda without the need for a separate discussion on the item unless a member requests a separate discussion. Does any member wish to add items or remove items from the consent motion on the agenda? Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to withdraw 8.3.
Okay. Any others? Have a motion moved by Councillor Bowman, seconded by Councillor Willen, that the consent agenda be moved with the removal of item 8.3. All those in favor? That's carried. Our first announcement today is regarding Big Brothers Big Sisters of Peel. I understand there's a trophy. Lori Platty is here. She is the Marketing Communications Manager for Big Brothers Big Sisters. She's here for this announcement. And Councillor Fortini is the council sponsor. Did you want to speak first, Councillor? Okay. Lori, come on up. Bring your hardware with you.
Thank you so much, Mayor Jeffrey and members of council. I'm honored to be here today to congratulate the City of Brampton on behalf of all of us at Big Brothers Big Sisters for winning the City Challenge Trophy at our Tim Hortons Bowl for Kids' Sake event this year for the 9th year in a row. So this has set a record. And you beat Mississauga, which is great. Yes, you were very happy about that. And I'd also like to make a special mention for Councillor Fortini, whose leadership helped to get you there with 9 teams this year, raising $22,000, which is remarkable, twice as much as last year, so that's just wonderful. So thank you, Councillor Fortini, and all members of Council and Mayor Jeffrey for all of your hard work. We're so proud this year that it's our 50th anniversary here in Peel. We started right here in downtown Brampton in 1967 with just 9 Big and Little Brother matches, and we've now grown to provide 12 programs, and we provide service to 1,800 children and youth. And that's thanks to support like yours and other members of the community for helping us to get to this milestone mark. We're also very grateful. I just want to make a special mention to Mayor Jeffrey, who sponsored our 50th anniversary celebration last month at Alderley, which is just such a beautiful venue. We were so happy to be there celebrating our history at such a beautiful historical building. We've never had such positive feedback from one of our events, and we just wanted to thank you for making that a memorable occasion for so many in our agency. So I think I have some trophies to present to you. First of all, the City Challenge Trophy and the highest fundraiser to Councillor Fortini. So if Mayor Jeffrey and Councillor Fortini could...
Sure. Councillor Fortini wants to bask in the glory.
Okay.
Fun night.
Yes,
like I said
possible.
last year, Councillor Gibson did an amazing job in the past. Sometimes we take the credit where we don't deserve, but I got to give a lot of credit to my assistant. She really hustled and called a lot of people, and I'd like to thank some of the councillors and staff. I would like to see Barry there back with a nice hairdo for next year.
He did have really nice hair.
Event and everybody that. So I guess we could go down for the picture, and thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you very much.
Does some of the other council want to come? Because I know a lot of council came and bowled that night, so this is a team effort.
Great.
This is Councilor Fortini, so this is the city council.
You have the champagne. No, this is
Our next announcement is regarding the results of the Pet Value Walk for Guide Dogs, which was held Sunday, May 28th. Wesley is here. He was the chair of the dog walk for the Chinguacousy Lions Club. He's here for this announcement. Councillor Bowman is the council sponsor. Are you going to speak afterwards? Or? Okay, Councillor Bowman.
Thank you for coming, Wesley. And I've just got a brief little note here. For more than 30 years, the Pet Value Walk for Guide Dogs has been a vital national fundraiser in support of the Lions Foundation Canada Dog Guides. Oh, I was going to say, Wesley, come on up. Taking place in more than 240 communities across Canada, the walk raises funds to provide life-changing dog guides to Canadians with physical and medical disabilities at no cost to them. Today, we're fortunate to have Wes Copeland, chair of the Chinguacousy Lions Club Dog Walk, with the results of the Pet Value Walk for Guide Dogs held May 28th. Wes, go ahead.
Thank you. On May 28th, we had a great day. This year in Brampton, we raised $8,000. Now that's the most I've raised since I took over. And in Canada this year, for their 150th, they wanted to raise $150 million. Well, I got better news. They raised $250 million for Canada. But I'd also like to say a great big thank you to Councillor Fortini, Councillor Bowman, and Councillor Willens for your continued support. And Councillor Fortini, where's the fundraising when I need it?
Bring a trophy next time.
Is that what I have to do, is bring a trophy? Because I can do that. But again, to those three councillors, thank you very much for your continued support. And we'll see you again next year. And hopefully we'll have more councillors and even Madam Mayor come out.
There you go.
Okay, Councillor Fortini, I sense you want to say something.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. It was a really good morning. We got to try to do it when it's not to, with another events, because we had to rush, and I really wanted to walk with my killer Bichon dog.
Yeah.
You know, well trained, you see, only a leash and right beside me wherever I go. So, thank you very much.
He was well behaved with me.
Yes. So I'll see you next year.
Thank you, Wesley. That's great news. Thank you very much. Our next announcement is regarding the retirement of Fire Chief Michael Clark. Harry Schlang, our Chief Administrative Officer, is here for this announcement. Councillor Bowman is the council sponsor for this event. Oh, Councillor Palashi, sorry. My notes are wrong. Mr. Stein, you wanted
Thank
to say
you.
something?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and councillors and the public. It's with mixed emotion that I announced the retirement of Chief Clark after 35 years with the Brampton Fire Services. 3 years since 2014 as fire chief. If you think about that, in 1982, Brampton was about 160,000. Now we're well over 600,000. So just the amount of change that you saw. The chief hit many milestones in the 3 years that he was in that position. The standard resource deployment effort that's saved household millions and avoided potential losses. I really saw when I started was how he maneuvered with the new fire works bylaw. Worked with the public and actually came up with a solution that is a win-win both for the community and the residents. You also worked a lot on the road to mental readiness. I attended some sessions there where you rolled out that program. And then council's aware of a few months ago we talked about the drone project, one of the first in Ontario. So the chief had many accomplishments as in fire services. I did ask the Deputy Chiefs Kim Kane and Peter Gatto to give me a few quotes. And they said, Chief, your commitment to your role as fire chief and to all members of the Brampton Fire and Emergency Services team is a testament to your leadership and motivation. You constantly led by example, maintaining the integrity of our department and a strong focus on results for the community we serve. Your professionalism and authentic respect for everyone touched all levels of the service and left us better for it. Thank you and best wishes for retirement. In the restructuring that we did in September of 2016, the fire chief joined, we delayered the organization. The fire chief joined the corporate leadership team. And it was amazing how much knowledge the chief had outside of just fire services. He helped us in many aspects in public works and planning and ECDEV. He knew every neighborhood in the city. And I have to say that, really assisted me in being a CAO here. He really provided that corporate knowledge that helped us and has made us as a corporate leadership team much stronger. And I think everyone here would say that. So I also had some fun with the chief because we exchanged some German dialogue and we both liked soccer. So I really got to know him, and really thank you so much for your support in my short time here. And you really helped the entire corporation, not just fire services. So thank you, Chief.
Councillor Pelletier.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I need to change some things now. Please ask everybody to stand up and cross that out. Chief, I really wanted to start by talking about the real dedicated volunteer, per se, of the city of Brampton, your wife, Dawn, and the fact that she's such an unbelievable lady. Every event that I attended, she was by your side, advocating for the city. She was, I tell you, one of our cheapest and best employees. She, not only on a personal level, whenever you guys would walk by my house many times all year round, and whenever my kids would see you guys coming down the street, they would run up to me and say, "Hey, Daddy, Mrs. Clark's here with that fire guy. Can we go say hi to her?" Yeah, sure, kids, of course. She was so nice to my kids, and before I was even an elected official, before she even knew who I was, she was so nice to my children, and they're gonna miss her a little bit more than you, sorry. But I do have to say, as the CAO has mentioned, that Chief Clark has served the Brampton community as a firefighter, hazmat coordinator, division chief of training, deputy chief, and ultimately the chief of Brampton Fire Services. His career has spanned 35 years. His resume lists an overabundance of promotions, professional accomplishments, personal and departmental success, and gives everyone who reads it some pretty good insight into the dedication and commitment necessary to rise. Not only to the top of the Brampton Fire Services, an internationally recognized organization in its own right, but to be named the 2016 Fire Chief of the Year by his peers at the Ontario Association of Fire Chiefs. The Chief has said on many occasions that Brampton Fire Services is a department constantly pursuing excellence, a team that fosters a cooperative spirit between its divisions and sincerely recognizes the value of its people. The Chief has proudly told the Brampton Fire story, our success, innovations, and lessons learned across the full spectrum of fire services. To decision makers and fire service leaders as a guest speaker, lecturer, and panel participant at national and international conferences and seminars. Chief Clark has been and will be remembered as a leader, an innovator, and a major influence in keeping our city safe. On behalf of myself, my family, and all of my council colleagues, past and present, thank you for your unparalleled contribution and dedication to the residents and businesses of this great city. Before I see some speakers jumping on the board here, but before I go to them and ask for all of the department that's in attendance today to come down for a picture, I have to say that any time I would talk to the Chief about any accomplishments that he has made throughout the years, or any time that we actually had a discussion, no matter what it was always good, but you would always promote your team. It was always about a team. It was a team effort, and you would never take any of the, the kudos that I was trying to give you. You'd always put it back on your team. For you, there was no I in team, and I think that says a lot about you, and thank you for everything that you've done.
Thank you, Councillor Pellecci. Councillor Dillon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to say thanks. I think you've done a great job. You've become a great chief. You were the Fire Chief of the Year. But I think even more so, you were a greater human being, and I got a chance to witness that on many occasions during some of the trips that we went on around the city. You showed me many of the sites around the city related to fire. Learned a lot about your experience in the city, and I also got a chance to sit into some of those meetings we had with some delicate situations, and I was thoroughly impressed in the manner that you handled it and the delicate situations, I think that's a testament to the work that you've done up to this point, and I'm really appreciative of the work that you've done. I'm sure everybody here is, the residents around the city, and we thank you for a great 35 years. Thanks so much, Chief.
So, Chief, I'm going to give you the last word. But before you go up, I just wanted to say thank you for one of the projects that you worked on in the last 2 years that I think didn't get a lot of notice and landed so quietly is because of the work that you did on the fireworks. Very challenging file to find a way to make safety a priority for our residents and to find something that accommodated a lot of different groups that had certain ways of celebrating that were sometimes dangerous. So I appreciate that you found a way to make something really unique in Brampton work for us. So thank you to you and your team for having found the middle way that kept our residents safe and yet still met the fire code. So thank you. The last word is yours.
Okay, thank you so much. I got to admit, this is not usually how I like to be here with myself being the center of attention in this way. But thank you so much for your support. In particular, I'd like to thank Councillor Pellecci, Councillor Gibson, and Councillor Bowman as our chairs and vice chairs for fire. Your support has meant so much to me. My staff frequently come to me and speak, how highly they feel for the support that they receive still from council. And as you said, I like to speak highly of my department. I'm so proud of of the team that I have here. I'm touched to have everybody here. We continue to have the highest trained, hardest working employees of any fire service. Everybody throughout the fire service recognize Brampton as the most progressive fire service. We still deliver our service at the lowest operating cost per capita of any full-time fire service in Ontario. That needs to be understood. As well, we have great labor relations. I have President Jim Taylor up here. We only have a couple outstanding grievances, but we're doing great work together. And in fact, we're partnering on 3 different charitable initiatives. So I really thank him for the relationship that we have. I'm going to kind of lastly just cap it off by speaking about the Fire Underwriter Survey. So you may not be familiar with it. This is how we establish the insurance rates for the municipality. It'd be similar to how a driver's abstract is used to determine somebody's driving insurance rates. So we had a review done this year. Typical for the public service fire protection classification for a municipality our size would be a 3 classification. That's the rating that we had coming into it this year. And just to put it in perspective, there's a large municipality to the southeast of us. They had a rating of 3. A few years ago, they were re-evaluated, and their new score is a 4. So they've been putting considerable amount of funds and resources in to try to get theirs up to 3. Ours this year, after the evaluation, came as a 2. So the rating goes from 1 to 10, which may not sound that exceptional, but to be clear, there's only one other municipality in Ontario that has a 2 rating, and they're up for renewal. And there's only one in Canada that has a 1 rating. So I think that it's quite exceptional. It's a testament to how great our fire service is. And that's an outside independent agency making that. That's not just a fire chief standing up here bragging. But, it's been a real honor for me to have served the citizens of Brampton over the last 35 years in all the different various capacities I've had. And thank you very much for having me as your fire chief. Thank you.
You and the mayor can do the rest if you want to towards the steps and then to the west as you leave now. Thank you.
So Council, before we move on to our delegations, I wonder if I could prevail upon Council, because there were so many items on our agenda, if we could reopen our agenda so that we could put on a report of head of council. I wanted to report back on my trip to California. If I could get a 2/3 motion, that's carried. So that would be 7.1. And also, from an agenda perspective, we have a flag raising at midday for Peel Pride flag is going to be raised. So we're going to schedule a lunch from 12 to 1, so that if you want to come to the flag raising, you're able to do that. Okay, our first agenda item with regards to the changes to our delegation. So our first item is Mr. Tramble, I believe, who is here to speak about the coyote issue. Come on down, welcome. And everyone has your letter.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for hearing me this morning. My name is Joe Tramble. I live in Limfield Crescent in the downtown core of Brampton. I live close to the Etobicoke Creek. I recognize that living in a creek area that we're going to be dealing with wildlife on a regular basis. 2 years ago, coyote den seemed to have moved into Centennial Park across from Cardinal Leger Secondary School. A bit disconcerting for those people that use the park on a regular basis, but understandable because it's close to the park itself and it's close to the ravine. The last couple of weeks, myself and my neighbors have noticed a rather large number of coyote sightings in our street area, and it appears to be centered around one of the houses on our street towards the end of our crescent, number 12. On the 17th, I believe, I don't have the timeline here, we started seeing a female in the neighborhood who is very comfortable during the day walking down the middle of the street towards the end of the street itself. And since then, on numerous occasions, we've seen pups playing in the neighborhood. And we've called the city, we've called animal services. My favorite was the response that I received, which was living with coyotes. And a lot of the information in this document seems to be incorrect regarding the behaviors of the coyotes that we're seeing on our street. They don't appear shy. They don't appear cautious. We have a large number of children that live on our street area, and when they're out playing, the coyotes do not seem to have any concern for them whatsoever. And when they do feel like it, they leave the street and they go into the backyard at number 12 and disappear there. There appears to be a den there, which would mean that now we have two dens within less than half a kilometer radius of one another. One still at Centennial Park. As recently as Saturday the 17th, I encountered a large coyote just up from Clarence Street when I was out running at 10 o'clock in the morning. The coyote looked at me from the creek bed, and rather than walking into the woods and disappearing, crossed the creek and came up onto the path itself as I continued along. When you stop and you look at them, they do not back away. Last year in the summer, I was backed out of the park across from Cardinal Leger by one of these coyotes as I came along the loop towards the Legion. The coyote came out of the woods, stared at me, I started to back away, and it literally backed me out of the park. And talking to my neighbors, they've had similar incidents with that group down along Centennial Park where the coyotes appeared to not be afraid of human beings, and this group that's on Linfield Crescent seems to be exhibiting the exact same behaviors. It appears to be multi-generational. There is the female, we've seen pups, and we've seen what appears to be an adolescent. And again, we're not seeing them from dusk to dawn, we're seeing them during the day, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. 2 weeks ago, down in Meadowland Park, I witnessed a coyote in the middle of the afternoon rolling around in the grass on the soccer field, oblivious to the people around it. And I believe some of the letter that I brought to Mr. Bowman's attention includes some of the photos, and some of those photos do include some of these incidents themselves. When I called the city of Brampton a couple of weeks ago regarding the pups playing on the end of the street, the person at Animal Services' response to me was, "That sounds cute." Well, yeah, it does sound cute if you're in the middle of the woods, not in the middle of an urban area where you have kids at play. On our crescent, we have 7 kids ranging from ages from 4 to 15 years of age. And one of the things that attracted myself and my wife to this area was the fact that it's a family-friendly area. And the introduction or the appearance of this coyote den on our street certainly is taking away from that. And I recognize that provincial legislation prohibits the removal of these animals, but I'm hoping that council today will maybe come together and make a motion to the province of Ontario to do something about this den. The den needs to be removed. It's just a matter of time before somebody may get bitten by one of these coyotes. And I understand in the document it says that they rarely attack people. Well, talk to that folk singer in Cape Breton a number of years ago who was not only attacked by a group of coyotes but was actually killed by the coyotes. And they are wild animals. And our concern is our kids in the neighborhood and the fact that these coyotes seem to be not exhibiting traditional shy, cautious behaviors. They're very comfortable living in the urban setting, and they're very comfortable in their movements back and forth during the middle of the day itself. Thank you.
Thank you. I have 3 speakers who may have questions of you, so you might want to wait. Councillor Bowman.
I'm just wondering if we can bring forward 16.2 at this time and discuss the coyote issue?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
All those in favor? It's carried. Okay.
Okay. I don't have questions of the delegate. If the other people do, I've got.
Councillor Medeiros, do you have questions? Okay. Councillor Gibson, do you have questions? Okay. Thank you. We'll be asking staff the question. Thank you. Councillor Bowman, you still have the floor.
Thanks very much for coming in, Joe. I appreciate that. I have talked to several residents. We started getting complaints about the coyote. Kathy, thank you for coming here today, so you can answer some of our questions for us. Again, I will say that I'm a firm believer that the coyotes belong in the ravine. That's where they live, and we have sort of forced them out. But these coyotes are exhibiting much different behavior than regular coyotes. They have been seen walking up the street in numbers. Residents have complained to me that they found carcasses on their lawns in the morning. There are a number of dogs and cats in the neighborhood that are no longer in the neighborhood. They're missing. And a lot of the information, I mean, I went through and I read, and it all says coyotes don't attack people, they don't come up to people. But just in 3 recent news clippings that I've got here from 2016 and 2017, they talk about coyote bites and coyote attacks. So it is changing. The landscape is changing, and I know that the province dictates what we can and can't do, but I think this is a case of we need to be forward-thinking on this. The coyote population is multiplying. They have no natural predators in the park or on the street or in the backyard of this house that hasn't been lived in a year. There's no natural predators there, so they will continue the population to grow and grow and grow. And these coyotes are very, very familiar with humans. They have no fear. And I've heard stories from residents that walking their smaller dogs at night, that coyotes appear in front of them and behind them. One resident told me she had to physically pick up her dog, run to the front door of the house she was at, knock and say, "Can I come in?" until the coyotes are gone. So it is a little bit of weird behavior that the coyotes are showing, and I believe that's because there was, and I believe, Kathy, you can talk to this, there was a resident feeding them at one point. So I don't know what we do. I know that the delegation, we have to send it back. We have to send it back to staff for a recommendation or something. But if you can just talk to the one that was feeding them, Kathy. And
certainly, through you, Madam Mayor. We did have a report. We've had a couple of reports of alleged feeding behavior. We did have a report that we believe was, we were able to find that they were feeding. We have followed up, Property Standards has followed up, understanding that currently there isn't anything in any bylaw in the city that says you can't feed wildlife. There is parameters potentially under the Property Standards bylaw in order to keep your yard clean, and that's been addressed. But regardless, if there was something in a bylaw, what we need to understand is that would mean we would issue, for instance, a property standards order against the property owner, giving them 28 days to comply with the order, and if they didn't comply, lay charges, or if there was an offense under the animal control bylaw with respect to the feeding of wildlife, again, we would be laying an offense and going to court. So it isn't something that would necessarily have an immediate impact on the behavior of those individuals. Now, in that particular circumstance, and the address was not on this street, We certainly have been back to the residents. We don't have substantiated evidence to support that the feeding of the coyote continues. And what we are doing, whenever we get reports related to this kind of activity, is, and we instituted this process 4 to 5 years ago, is we send officers out on the street door to door. They do distribute the pamphlet that Mr. Tramble had. They speak to residents at the door. They offer information with respect to the types of behavior that you might see. If I could just add that while the behavior that they're seeing is somewhat different than what you would normally expect, it's not atypical of young coyotes. They're still at that stage where they haven't necessarily developed an inherent fear of people. And if people are encouraging behavior, which our staff have seen when they've been out because people want to get close to the coyotes to take pictures of them, then that can decrease their natural avoidance of people. So when we go door to door, we coach people to ensure that they're not putting out their garbage the night before, which would attract various types of rodents and other wildlife that the coyotes could feed off of, that they're bringing in bird feeders, that they are also not encouraging coyotes to approach. So we do all of those things at the door, and we are in the process of bringing back the representative from Coyote Watch Canada who came last year because the coyote in the same area. We've had reports of coyote and pups in that area for the last 4 years.
Okay, thank you. And if I can just follow that up, the coyotes, I did have one resident who told me a coyote physically jumped the fence into their yard before they scared it off. So, I mean, that's going a little bit far. But some of the things that we're asking people to do, bring in bird feeders. I mean, a lot of residents sort of enjoy watching the birds and the nature in the backyard, and coyotes are part of the nature. I understand that. But one of the other things is that they're asking them not to walk their pets. In one of the articles I've got here says, avoid walking your pet at dusk and after dawn, or at dawn and after dusk. And I mean, a lot of people who work, that's the only time they can go and exercise their pets. So all I'm asking is that we be a little bit forward thinking of whether we need to do a really high level outreach program to let people know, whether we need to increase the fines for people caught feeding the animals. I don't know what it is, but I think we've gone beyond the point now where the coyotes seem to be staying on the golf courses and in the parks and in the ravines. It's a little bit different when they're coming up right into neighborhoods where kids are there and small animals are there. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, thank you to Mr. Tramble for bringing this issue, and certainly, along Wards 3 and 4, I've had numerous residents talk about sightings, and I myself, having lived behind a ravine, it is concerning when you have children and that constant fear that you have, regardless of what the literature does say. With that said, and then I understand we're a little bit handcuffed in terms of our intervention, but for example, enclosement being, for example, in the wooded area, if there's possible fenced area that would sort of enclose the wooded area, I'm not sure if those are possible solutions where I guess it sort of contains them, some form of containment, some form of, I'm not sure what the repercussions would be if there would be, if that would, I guess, harm the animals and so on. But have we thought about any type of containment around certain areas? So in that case, for example, if along the running path, if there was a fence that was put along to enclose the wooded area, would that be a possibility?
Through you, Madam Mayor. I think reasonably speaking, when I checked this morning, we've had reported just over 100 sightings of coyotes across the city this year since January. So that runs the gamut from this area where certainly the majority of sightings have been reported this year to, McVean and Castlemore and some of those areas that are more closely linked to urban or rather rural areas. I think with respect to containment, what I would say is that if you were looking at fencing, the cost would be prohibitive to try to fence the areas that coyotes utilize. They run the rail lines, that's a typical corridor for them. And, you know, the reality of any of that fencing is that you have to ensure that there's no gap bigger than about 6 inches that the coyote could get underneath, and that it's high enough that the coyote can't climb it, because they can climb, absolutely. So unfortunately, I think it's not a realistic idea to try to close off the areas, because you would then close them off to the residents as well, realistically.
Councillor Gibson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Are we asking, Councilwoman, did you ask staff to report back? Is that what we'll do? Okay, good.
So I don't actually have a motion to that effect right now. I'm just saying what's in front of me. All I have is receipt. So you'd have to...
Councilwoman, were you putting something together? Okay.
So maybe I can give this to you, Councillor Bowman, just add to that. Councillor Gibson.
If I can, this isn't new, but it seems to have been escalating a lot more over the years. I mean, a couple of years ago, we had problems in Churchville area in Ward 6. We've got, in our area in Woodward Avenue, we're getting the same, as you know, the same type of things. I think Councillor Bowman said it correctly. They seem to be getting more brazen. They're more kind of like integrated into the neighborhoods now, rather than shy like they normally would have been. So the delegation is kind of right. The flyer that went out there isn't typical of what they would normally do, which is be shy and keep away from things. And there's only a few reasons. I mean, my education tells me there's only a few reasons why they're actually doing what they're doing, and mostly it's around food and feeding. And when you have somebody in the neighborhood, and we know there was somebody in that neighborhood, and I'm assuming there is in some of the other neighborhoods, feeding those animals. And sometimes we know one person that in that area was feeding, purposely feeding them. But also, I think Councilwoman mentioned bird feeders and garbage and things like that that's out there. So what I'm asking for you to do is consider when you report back on whether or not just putting the flyers up, but signage in these areas might help. Because typically, people see something from the city when they come home from work and they just throw it in the recycle bin, or they don't read it all. They don't, necessarily see it until somebody points out to them what's going on, and then by that time the flyer's gone. And it's great the staff be out there. We know. I mean, I know this. I know about this problem. In fact, I sent it to 2 council members a while ago, and Councillor Bowman had already been working on it. But my niece lives in this area. My sister's got a very good friend that lives in the area, and both of them are calling me and wondering what's happening, and then we're getting the same type of calls on Woodward Avenue. So I think we need to do a little bit more than what we normally might have been doing in order to educate the areas where there are on what you should and shouldn't do. Because I don't think everybody understands. People are trying to do the right thing by throwing breadcrumbs out their back windows for the birds. They're attracting coyotes. They're not just attracting the birds. But leaving your garbage out like at 6 o'clock at night for the next day's, that night, the coyotes come back. Maybe for a while you get up in the morning and put your garbage out. But those are the type of suggestions I think we need to, not just in flyers, but maybe in signage and be out there doing in these. In particular, the only 2 areas I know that's a real problem right now is this area and the Woodward area. There might be others that are happening too. But also, when you report back, I'm wondering if you could educate us all, including the public, on what you can and can't do. Because I believe there's some legislation about wild animals that hinders, I shouldn't say hinders, it's not a bad thing, but restricts us in what we can and can't do. An example of that is, I know very well, in some areas where there's rattlesnakes around, people think, well, rattlesnake gets into a campground and the ranger's going to pick them up and take the rattle, either destroy it or take it away and take it a few miles away. That's not going to happen. There's restrictions about, and they'll come, they'll tag the rattlesnake and they'll move it a few hundred feet or a few hundred yards. I can't remember what the distance is, but that's all they can do. And that rattlesnake's just going to come back. But people think that a city can take something and euthanize it, or take it and 10 miles away and put it up in Caledon or something. We can't by legislation do that. So I'd like to see that explained better in our report that comes back. But really, I think what we have to do in a short period of time before a report comes back is maybe get some signage out in the areas to educate people on things like their garbage and feeding and what's attracting these animals to come in. They're not just coming in because they like to walk around the neighborhoods on hot concrete. They're coming in for a reason. Thank you.
Councillor Pleshy.
Okay, just wait. And I have a couple questions.
I'll let you speak at the end. You know what the motion says?
Madam Mayor, sorry, can we ask the delegate to come back up?
Sure. Come on up, Mr. Tremble.
Mr. Tremble, you used to say in high school that I never listened to you, but I'm listening to you now.
That's right, couldn't hear you.
Do you notice raccoons in the area?
We do see them. They seem to follow the usual tendencies at night. So on occasions when I'm out running early in the morning, I have seen them. Not a lot recently, but I don't see that as necessarily being a barometer because they tend to follow the garbage.
Mm-hmm. I was just wondering if maybe the raccoons were kind of gone. They've been.
I haven't seen deer in the park in the last couple of years, and I used to see deer quite frequently when I was out running.
I don't see what
deer.
Deer.
Yeah, we used to have deer down in the along the Etobicoke Creek area there. Now, I don't know if that's because they're better at hiding, but I mean, you'd often see them when I was out running, or you'd see at least their hoof marks in the mud along the creek bed, and that doesn't seem to be as prevalent anymore.
Okay. Other than advocating the province, is there anything else that you may suggest?
I guess for me, the suggestion is to move the den, and I understand that the legislation does handcuff, and I get that, but. In conversations with my neighbors on the street and in people in the area itself, there's a genuine concern for our kids.
Yeah, for sure.
A very genuine concern for our kids. And having pamphlets and having signage, with all due respect, there is signage in the neighborhood. Apparently, somebody was feeding the den across from Cardinal Leger, and immediately the blue signs went up underneath the sign of the coyotes. And my understanding is that continued, that people were feeding them. So signage is great, and education is great, but when you've got a 4-year-old kid that's running on the street and that female is near her den, there's not a lot you can do in that situation unless you're going to literally be holding your kid and not allowing them to be kids. Yeah. And that was the thing that really, like I said, drew us to the neighborhood, is the fact that it's an area where kids can play street hockey on the Crescent. And there are quite a few active kids on the street. So that's I mean, I have a number of concerns, the behaviors and so on. My genuine concern is for the kids in our neighborhood, and the fact that these guys do not, and again, I'm not an expert on coyotes. I don't claim to be an expert on coyotes, but based upon what I've read, they're not showing typical behaviors. Sure. And that's disconcerting. That's very disconcerting.
Kind of led into another question that I have. You've talked to your neighbors in the area, and is there any way that you guys can try and get together and maybe think of a strategy? And I'll move the referral because I'm going to ask for it to go somewhere else as well. But I'm just thinking, like, if you got a couple air horns where somebody sees them coming out, and all your neighbors know that we're going to be blowing off some air horns just to keep them afraid of humans. Mm-hmm. I don't know if that's something.
That's certainly a conversation I can have with my neighbors. Absolutely.
Okay. Okay, that's all I had for you, Mr. Tremble. It was nice seeing you.
Yeah, you too.
Is there a possibility that they can do something like that, a scare tactic with air horns?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, and as a matter of fact, the officers have those. The officers have, in some cases, attended Mr. Tremble's neighborhood, although not specifically his street, 4 times in one evening to haze coyotes. And they recommend, when they go door to door, that the residents use those types of tactics when walking their pets or when out in the evening in an effort to do just that, Councillor Pleshy, to increase the distance that coyotes want to be from If there are people there that are encouraging them to come close, we need more people discouraging them from coming close. And the animal control staff do it when they're there, but can't always be there. And so we work with the community to try and encourage the community to exhibit that kind of behavior as well, because that's exactly what will work at driving the coyotes away from this kind of behavior.
Okay. I won't, if Councillor Bowman's going to move the referral, that's fine. I'd like to,
It's actually just a motion. Would you
Okay.
like to hear it before I go into my next two speakers?
I just wanted to add that this be brought to the Safety Committee as well, Safety Advisory Committee.
Okay. Councillor Spovieri. I'll give it to the mover and we'll come back with...
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a question to staff through the chair. Are coyotes endangered species and are they protected? Is that why the province has been so, I don't know what the proper word is, they've been so lenient with, with having them around the neighborhoods?
Through you, Madam Mayor. No, they're not protected. However, they're included with every other mammalian species in the legislation that limits you from trapping and relocating anything more than 1 kilometer from the source at which it's trapped. So they're no different than the beavers in that particular circumstance. What I would say is they're notoriously difficult to trap, and the placement of traps is also concerning when you've got children and pets in neighborhoods that might end up accessing traps inadvertently, because you can't cordon the trap off and only invite the coyote in.
Mm-hmm. Now, last year I had actually a request from a resident that was going to come to council also, lives on, backs onto the West Humber, and her little chihuahua actually got snapped by coyotes and dragged into the woods, and they had a feast on it, and so she was very concerned about what else they can do. I've heard of coyotes, cats disappearing. I've heard of coyotes going after wild turkeys. Matter of fact, there used to be a large herd last fall, but now there's only 2 couples with a bunch of small ones that have reappeared in the area, so probably all the rest have been a meal for the coyotes. So I guess the concern I have is that these coyotes could possibly be a danger to humans, and God forbid if ever a child was to be grabbed and taken, I wonder if the province would then change their attitude towards how we can deal with these coyotes in urban areas. So I believe that we have to be very diligent on this matter, because you never know, they're unpredictable, and God forbid if a child ever gets grabbed, the dogs and cats and turkeys. It's the last thing we want to see in the city of Brampton, and so I believe that we need to really look at this seriously, because I really don't believe coyotes are a good mix with humans, like all the other species. I mean, we know that raccoons are around, but they don't bother people. We know that the beavers are around, but they don't bother people. And turkeys are around, they don't bother people. And possibly the coyotes could possibly be that kind of, it could happen. So I really believe that this is a serious matter, and we need to find a solution. Whether moving them around is a solution, possibly. They may come back, but at least we keep moving them, and maybe they'll get tired of coming back. And it's totally forbidden to move.
Can you get to the question?
So the question is it totally forbidden to move these dens away from residential areas?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there isn't anything that prohibits us from moving a den. The thing about a den is that it's where the coyotes choose to locate themselves at the moment. So regular harassment will cause the coyotes to choose to move the den. And that has occurred in this particular circumstance. We are aware that the coyotes have been frequenting different areas of downtown. We don't have any reason to believe that there's more than one pack based on the photographs we've seen and the numbers. And as I say, we do have information that there has been an actively breeding female in that area for about the last 4 years. So they do routinely move their den site, and that typically is because they find that the current den site becomes uncomfortable. And the way to do that is to work at harassing the coyotes and making them uncomfortable in that particular environment.
So can we come up with a
Councillor
divide?
Spargaro, can I just jump in? We've got a motion to bring this back with a staff recommendation, and we have 2 more speakers, and we have 2 more delegations, and it's only 10:30. So
Yeah, well,
instead of, it would be more helpful, I think, to have a discussion with the report in front of us.
Yeah.
So,
Just a suggestion, perhaps we can find a device that can be placed near the dens, can make some loud noises once in a while, like just like in Niagara, they have the shotguns going off to scare away the birds from the cherries. So let's look for a device. Thank you.
thank you, Councillor Miles.
Well, I just have to add to the story. There is a beautiful fawn, actually, that's living right now in the wooded area by Central Public School. I've encountered her twice. But this morning when I was out walking, a neighbor said another fawn had been attacked by a number of coyotes. I don't know if you've heard of that. Mm-hmm. But my daughter had a coyote and 7 pups in her yard about a month ago as they grew up, but they have since moved as well. So as you say, they don't seem to stay there forever, but they do make a home, and then after a while they leave. But all of this is in and around the downtown area. So for the time that they were there, we looked out the window at them because they were cute, because they were quite tiny at that point. But they're gone now. They're probably not gone too far. But
They may have moved into Mr. Tramble's street.
well, it's all in the downtown area. So okay.
It's part of the Coyote Relocation Program. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to add, Kathy, part of what I fear is that at some point somebody, and we need to make it very, very clear to them, the penalties for this, are going to try to do something themselves about the coyotes, whether it's, I don't know, whether it's trapping or whether it's meat, So can you tell me what the penalty is for doing something like that? Just so we have it here, everybody knows.
I can't speak to exactly what the penalty would be. It would depend on typically the nature of what was done to the coyote. So for instance, there's regulations against the discharge of a firearm in the city of Brampton. So that would be a police matter. There certainly is requirements with respect to anybody who kills an animal and the way in which that's done, and that would be handled under provincial or criminal legislation, again, depending on the nature of the circumstance. So.
Okay, thank you. Madam Mayor, would you like me to read this out?
Sure.
I got the motion here that we received the delegation and the letter from Mr. Tremble, and that we ask staff to look at the issue with an increase in population and demonstrated behavior of the coyotes and make recommendations for increased communication and control of possible feeding issues, as well as conversation with the province about the increased concerns, as well as work with our safety committee for better dissemination of information. Thank you.
I have no more speakers. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Mr. Tremble. And we received the delegation and his correspondence. Our next item is the Beaux-Arts delegation. I'm not sure who's speaking on behalf of Beaux-Arts. Come on down. Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and members of council. My name is Regan Hayward, and I'm here today on behalf of my board of directors and my artist membership of Beaux-Arts Brampton. A new team was brought together in September of 2016 at Beaux-Arts Brampton, and we've been working diligently to upload a new normal. Beaux-Arts Brampton, as of 2017, is celebrating 15 years serving the arts community here in Brampton and Peel region. Yet, it appears that we are facing closure in 2 to 3 months' time. There is no doubt that Beaux-Arts Brampton has gone through a bit of a metamorphosis of recent, much like the city by which we exist within. However, the work and the effort toward the positive changes that we are trying to upload there in the last 10 months have proven very positive and have also proven that Beaux-Arts Brampton is still relevant. Examples being our increased membership, which now includes inclusivity of diversity, and also the inclusivity of all walks of life that can be seen attending our art shows and our art events. At our recent AGM, I had the unfortunate task of delivering this information to our membership, that our current cost of operating means that we desperately need funding to continue. In essence, when Council had pulled their funding of the Brampton Arts Council, Beaux-Arts had lost their mothership and also its primary source of funding. And since then, Beaux-Arts Brampton and its funding has been in flux. Beaux-Arts has been without a lease since the closure of the BAC in June of 2015. And without a lease and without an Arts Council to align ourselves with, we cannot get funding from Trillium, Canada Council for the Arts, or Ontario Arts Council. And this is causing us to face a closure in 2 to 3 months' time. The city's public announcement to sell the Robson block, where Beaux-Arts Brampton has been operating successfully for 15 years, has made things more difficult. With the uncertainty about our location, it has certainly stunted our growth and our income potential, as we are unable to book art shows and exhibitions and programs into 2018, and we have no ability to build confidence within the potential sponsors that we were looking forward to seeking out. I was hoping to offer up some comparison points today for some perspective, if I may. According to a report by MDR Burgess Consultants, artist-run centers like YYZ, Propeller, and Redhead Gallery in Toronto, and the many others that exist across the country, all get just under half of their core funding from their municipal governments. The top 10 artist-run centers have an annual budget of over $350,000, and the average budget across the country is over $215,000. In my communications with the Ontario Arts Council, I have been advised that our artist-run centre will need municipal commitment in efforts toward preservation. So it's fair to acknowledge in the hiring of Larry Beasley and the new theatre director, Brendan Healy, are indicators that this council and the city are looking toward a future-ready Brampton that does include the arts. We would like Beaux-Arts Brampton to be a part of that future, and we think we have a critical role to play in weaving the cultural, artistic fabric of the future of Brampton. So we are here today asking for two things from Council. Toward the preservation of Beaux-Arts Brampton. First, we would like $50,000 of funding to allow us enough runway to solve our immediate needs. And second, we would like 1-year lease that is transferable to a new agreed-upon location. I'd like to conclude with saying that it's very hopeful that our City Council will see the need to support and ensure the preservation of our 15-year-old artist-run centre in downtown Brampton, Beaux-Arts Brampton. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess, first of all, I'd like to refer this back to staff so staff can come back and comment on it. But I want to assure the delegation that, at least as far as I know, I've never heard anything negative about Beaux-Arts. We consider Beaux-Arts to be a huge success. And you may not know this, but Beaux-Arts was only supposed to be there for 1 year, 15 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So, and we just had this conversation just a few months ago about working with Beaux-Arts to find another location that may be more suitable and help you grow at the same time. So it comes as a bit of a surprise, at least to me, that we're having this conversation right now and hearing that you may be in jeopardy of closing. So I'd like staff to come back and work with Bozart and come back with a report to us to see how we can help make sure that you stick around and grow, continue to grow, and be the success that you have built to be today. May not be in that location, but I think you know that that was temporary from the beginning anyway. In fact, I think back then we gave it a year and that was it. Now it's 15 years later that we're, which I guess shows you a testament to you guys and what you've done. So I'll move that we refer this back to staff.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, through the mayor. Thank you for coming. Just in terms of, I guess, the referral, would that give you, in terms of timing, so you're saying you have a couple months left, basically you're on...
Certainly. So our operating cost, we are located, as we know, in the Heritage Building. So, we do acknowledge that the city as our landlord, we have very decent rent at that location. However, as we know, across the board, heat and hydro costs have exponentially increased, and that has put a serious dent in our operating budget and has depleted our resources. It's one of the contributing factors. So really, it's a financial situation right now, and we are looking at 2 to 3 months.
So I guess through the mayor, I guess the staff, how fast can we bring a report back in terms of the asks? I know there's a potential council meeting in August.
Through the chair, I will let you know that staff are working with Beaux-Arts in regards to identifying their programming requirements. We're expecting to get the results of that by mid-July, so I would suspect probably in September would be the best time where we can come back with a more comprehensive sort of vision of the future and exactly what we can and can't do. But I would suspect August is premature. We won't have all the information by August.
So through the mayor, I guess, to the delegate, would September work for you folks? How does that, would you be able to, or is that cutting it very?
Right now, we are working with the city with respects to our logistical needs and spatial needs. But I think the prominent feature here today that I want to bring forward for the attention is the financial needs. We could be in this building, or we could be down the street, or we could be over at, Steeles and Chinguacousy. The financial needs are still as desperate, quite honestly. I mean, the last funding that we had from our city would have been December of 2015. And we have been operating since then and maintaining, but as I say, the operating costs for the building being a heritage building and the heat and hydro in the last, since I came in 10 months ago, have been exponential, and they have caused us this financial problem.
Yeah, through the mayor, I guess another, and it's in terms of the grants, so it's not like you haven't, someone who's not been following the issue, I guess they would ask, how can we apply to other grants? And you guys have been pretty much handcuffed.
Pretty much, absolutely. We have applied, and I've been in constant dialogue with Ontario Arts Council to try and navigate their program. And they have different project grants, for example, that are, much like our community program now, it's project-based, so event-based and whatnot. But they also have opportunity for arts organizations for their operational funding, which is what we're talking about today. It's about operational funding right now. And we are not eligible because we need, it needs, at the provincial level, so I'm advised, they want us to come forward with a municipal commitment so that we have a partner in our municipality, and that means that our municipality supports our arts organization, and to the province, that's a positive reinforcement to say we're going to partner with you as well, and we're going to put you through our funding that allows for core funding allocation and not just project-based.
Through the mayor, and just speaking back to, and it's one of these decisions that if I got to revisit it when we got rid of the Brampton Arts Council and we stopped it funding, it's one of those decisions you wish you had another opportunity to look at because, certainly, we did, we constructed a committee that looked towards the arts, but it's just in the last couple of years, and I understand the timing, it just seems there's been such a void in terms of support for the arts community here in Brampton.
Mm-hmm.
And as I learned more of the issues and more of the supports other municipalities give their funding, their arts community, you know, to me, it's troubling how we essentially took away your funding source, and now you're in a procurement here coming over time when we were supposed to, you know, as a counselor, I expected an art strategy and I expected the stuff to be very quick, and we're at a stage now where we're close to our last mandate, our last year, and we have Beaux-Arts, who's, you know, our downtown, which is an important mix in our downtown to have that arts presence. Certainly it's really concerning. And I guess the financial operation, I'm not comfortable waiting till September myself. I don't know, I'll wait to other colleagues to see if anyone wants to call in, because if we're talking about operational, I'm just having a tough time, and so I guess waiting till September on a report, and by the time, you know, the way that we work, I'm not sure administratively how that funding after it comes in, like it's not something immediate. Is by the time we come up with a solution, maybe they're disbanded, and what happens after? I don't know. I'll wait till other colleagues and I'll come back on the board, but I'm hoping especially colleagues who sit on the arts panel, some of my colleagues can come up and maybe, I don't know, provide any comments or questions.
Councillor Moore.
Did you want to speak, Mr. CA?
Through you, Mayor. You know, we want to give enough information for council to make informed decisions. That's why we're saying September. But we have no problem working with the team here and seeing if there's something we could bring August 9th to show some assistance, some bridging, but really to give you a fulsome report. So maybe, you know, that could be an alternative. We could work with the team, see how we can extend your, you know, from 3 months to 4 months or 5.
So can I get that, you wanted to put that in the motion that Councillor Gibson is moving, that staff be recommended to provide some bridging until that report?
Or come back with some sort of solution that
Okay.
helps so we can get a fulsome report.
Okay, Councillor Moore?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, just for clarification, did you get direct funding from the Brampton Arts Council, or did your association with the Brampton Arts Council allow you to leverage funding from other sources?
Both, actually.
Okay, how much did you get from the Brampton Arts Council directly?
The Brampton Arts Council had a program called CAP, Community Arts Program Funding, and they gave to a maximum of $5,000, but you were able to apply for that 2 to 3 times a year. So throughout the year, Beaux-Arts Brampton would apply for different needs, and that was so the funding was spread out over a 12-month period. And as well, Beaux-Arts Brampton being an arts incubator program originated by the Arts Council had held the lease, and we paid our rent to the Brampton Arts Council, and they were also sort of our administrative mothership, if you will. So when Beaux-Arts would apply to Trillium and other granting organizations, they were aligned with the Arts Council, and it, again, at those different levels, they like to see that because it shows a level of commitment across the board within, right? So it did.
I'm glad you clarified that. So
Sure.
on an annual basis, would you have received anywhere between 5 and, say, 15 or 20,000 from the Arts Council directly?
I would have to check those numbers to be exact, but I could get that information for you.
You know, and I think we, you know, back in 2015 when we went into our first budget for this term, and there was a decision to review the grant program, and we have that, and it continues to evolve. We extended funding to the Arts Council and other groups for 6 months. I don't, you know, until we sort of decided where we were going to go with it, I don't think any of us around this table envisioned that the Brampton Arts Council would make a decision to close their doors. That was something that I think it's probably fair to say all of us, but, you know, to suggest that, you know, they'll argue we closed them down. I would argue quite the contrary, that we extended the 6 months, you know, but there was never an intent or a desire that they close their doors. So, and it did leave us, and, you know, I approached Chuck to, you know, fairly quickly to say we needed to get an art governance structure in place in the city of Brampton. I, for one, will absolutely support having staff sit down with yourselves. We need Beaux-Arts in the city of Brampton. There is absolutely no question in my mind whatsoever. I remember when they first came to council, and there was Nancy Webb and a few of the others, and you guys rolled up your sleeves, you put the floor down, you painted it. We gave you the box, but you really fitted it up to meet your needs. Your arts classes that are in there, and you've got a strong and very vibrant presence on Main Street. Whether you're going to be able to stay there, I don't know, but I think at this point you have developed such a strong reputation for supporting local artists that wherever you go, they will follow you. And, we will I believe that there's a role for council to assist you in, whether it's at that location or somewhere else, to make sure people know that we have Beaux-Arts in our city. So if the intent of the motion is to have staff sit down with you between now and then and bridge or make sure that you have a lot of oxygen in your lungs until we figure out the best way to support you moving forward. But you have been, by every measure, a success story in this city. And, I would like to think we made that journey with you. I really wish I'd known about this before today. I had for most of us, no news is good news. And, the fact that you've been out there treading water and trying to, navigate through a system that really wasn't friendly given where you were situated with the dissolution of the Arts Council. I wish we had known. I wish the red flag was sort of put up in the air a little bit sooner, but it's not too late. And I think that, I think there's a strong desire around this table to help in any way we can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want to hear the motion before I go on to my next speech? Sure. So that the delegation from Regan Hayward from Beaux-Arts Brampton be received, that staff be directed to provide bridge funding to Beaux-Arts until the report is tabled at the council meeting in September, and that the delegation request be referred to staff for future review and report back to committee with regards to the request for $50,000 funding for Beaux-Arts and the one-year lease extension transferable to the new location once identified. Okay. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The arts community is certainly the lifeblood of this community, for sure. This has gone on too long, way too long, since 2015. We originally had the Arts Council, which some of the members are sitting up here, to try and make some arrangements, to try and come to a conclusion of what we want to do. And I think that process did take too long.
Right.
It morphed into something much bigger, which is going to be much better for the community, but I don't think that it failed to recognize some of the things that the current arts community needs to survive here in Brampton. So I'm in full support of the motion, and I would like to see this, the conversation start tomorrow. We've waited long enough. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I'd like to make a friendly amendment to the motion that staff include, it was a part where you had said that staff was going to meet with, I'd like to include library board members, Councillor Willens and myself, and Rebecca Ravens to the discussion. I can't elaborate too much on that. I just ask for council's. I can't elaborate. It's an in-camera item from the library board.
So does it have to be part of this motion, or can it? I think it can still happen. I think it kind of muddies the water. On this particular motion, I'm not suggesting you shouldn't have those conversations, but maybe at another, you can chat with the CEO about it.
Okay.
Okay, I have no more speakers. I guess I just wanted to wade in. I appreciate how many people from Beaux-Arts are here today, and that you've been struggling for so long, and I think Beaux-Arts is the model of resilience. We want you to be successful. So I too am in support of this and beyond. So I hope that we come back with a report that allows us to help you, help Brampton be an even bigger, better city. And it's ironic that yesterday Brendan Healy was on CBC talking about the arts in Brampton and how strong and how vital it is. it sounds like Beaux-Arts needs some oxygen, so we want to give you that oxygen and help you continue to be successful because we are proud of you. So thank you. So the motion we have before us is as read. All those in favor? It's carried. Thank you. Okay, our next item is the BIA, and I believe this item is with regards to the correspondence that we received from Susie Godfrey. This is in regards to the A-frame signs, because we have another BIA item. Welcome.
Good morning, thank you. I did want to just echo the presentation with Beaux-Arts. As the Executive Director for the Downtown Brampton BIA, we work very closely with Beaux-Arts, and they're a huge asset to the overall promotion of the downtown core. So I did want to take this opportunity to voice this to everybody here today. So my presentation today is with regards to A-frames and the permission of use of A-frames in the downtown Brampton Business District. Just recently, the Downtown Brampton BIA Board of Directors passed a motion with regards to A-frames in the downtown core. So I did want to share this motion with you all, and the motion reads that the BIA requests a pilot encroachment program as part of the Display of Wares program through the City of Brampton. So in a nutshell, this motion really summarizes that the Downtown Brampton BIA and City of Brampton we're looking to work with the City of Brampton with regards to implementing a pilot project to allow our business owners to put signs in front of their businesses. Other downtowns have similar programs like this. However, the current bylaw under the Display of Wares Service Bylaw 3182012 does not permit A-frame usage. So I am here today to ask Council to consider this pilot program. Basically, the businesses are asking us to ask you this because it helps them with regards to the overall promotion of their products and services in the downtown core, and that this pilot project would be a regulated program taking into consideration all the accessibility and insurance requirements through the City of Brampton. So this is my ask. It's very short and sweet, and that's my presentation.
Okay, Councillor Moore, are you moving forward 16.4 at this point so we can discuss this item? Thank you. Councillor Moore.
Thank you very much. Well, I was trying to write while you were speaking to. I think it's probably best that we just, there is a report that goes back to the BDDC days on the A-frame signs and different things. I think this does highlight really the need to move forward with the downtown transformation initiative, the project in the downtown. The wider sidewalks are absolutely what we need for this, but I don't think this needs to come back to council. I think there's a report that staff can sit down with the BIA and try to work out something.
Great.
Over the course of, if we have a report back, we're talking August the 9th or September, we're going to lose a piece of the summer and opportunity for the downtown businesses. So I've just written that staff be directed to work with the BIA to explore opportunities and ways for including A-frame signage as a pilot program in the downtown for the summer of 2017. Does that sound or cover? And that way they can sit down and work out an agreement if legal needs to be involved in terms of encroachment agreements, which I think were part of the program when we had it a couple years ago. So I see Joe Patushka wishes.
I have a sign from the staff. They'd like to comment on your suggestion.
Through you, Madam Mayor. This is actually a fairly complex issue. It involves a lot of disciplines, legal, bylaw, public works, and so on. Pilot project, what does that really mean? Who is it? Is it a citywide pilot, or is it only limited to certain businesses? Not all businesses are the same. Sidewalk widths vary. I mean, I would prefer that, and I understand what you're saying, Councillor Moore, about August 9th, part of the summer's gone, but if we could actually refer the report back to staff and report back with a report with the feasibility of a pilot what the pilot would look like, whether it's even feasible to do a pilot before the downtown is redone. So I would strongly suggest that you refer the matter back to staff.
Okay, I am doing that, so I've just
Councillor, I have
changed
to
it.
actually have a motion, the clerk has helped.
Oh, you have a
prepare.
oh,
So you
well.
might- if you're just
I'm
trying to
sure
save you some
he'll do a
handwriting.
much better job than I will.
I got
to
two
make
more
sure
speakers,
that-
but I can read it if you want.
That would be
before I get-
helpful for me.
Okay.
I don't disagree, Joe, and that's why I said I think legal was involved the last time and so on. That some of it may not be reinventing the wheel, that there may be something that we can build off of. So I'm happy to handle this any way that's needed that helps staff.
So I think this meets your requirement and stops that the delegation of Susie Godfrey, the downtown Brampton BIA be received, and that the request of the BIA board be referred to staff for review and report back to committee on a possible pilot program for allowing A-frame signs in the downtown area. Is the wording that is currently here, and I think meets staff's request, and I don't see the delegation upset yet. So, Councillor, I'll let you speak at the end. I'll let you speak at the end. How about that? I got two more speakers who may have questions, and you can, I'm trying to get through my agenda.
No,
here.
totally
It's so long.
understand.
Councillor Miles.
Sorry. The downtown merchants have been asking for this forever. I mean, it's come back to us over and over and over again. And every time we ask legal, they say no. So if we're going to send it back and ask legal, they're going to say no. So, sorry. But the merchants in the downtown absolutely need a way to bring their retail outlet onto the street face. Because a lot of the stores, you can walk by them, you don't even know what's there or what's in there. And this is about survival. You know, this is about survival for them. So, yeah, I don't want to refer this back. I mean, there are reports. Dig up the old reports. The old reports say, no, you can't do it. And I know when we do have the street enhancements, it's going to make it more pedestrian friendly and allow for more. But for some people, it's going to be a little bit too late. So I don't know why we can't just find a way to do this, whether it be on an individual basis where somebody goes out and it does an evaluation on each. It's not that there's that many merchants in the downtown. I mean, somebody could go out and go door to door. Those that want to do something, they could take a look at it and determine whether or not it's feasible. But let's not say no again to this, and let's not say you have to wait another summer. You know, I was walking through the farmers market last week, and we have this amazing farmers market that brings so many people to the downtown, and what it does is it shuts the doors of the downtown retailers. It doesn't, because they're totally blocked off. People walk down the center, and the retailers don't even get the advantage of the thousands of people that come to the downtown core. So it's time to find a way to help. Let's not look for barriers. Let's not look for reasons why we can't do it. Let's try to find ways that we can do it and we can help, and let's not wait for another summer. So my question through you, Madam Mayor, is to all of you brilliant staff individuals around the table that I absolutely know have the wherewithal to find a way to allow this to happen, to help the merchants. That's not going to put the city in some kind of legal liability, blah, blah, blah. So how do we do that?
I think you need to direct your question to a specific staffer, because they
Well,
all
Joe's
think they're
looking
brilliant.
right at me, so
They all think they're brilliant, and we agree. But.
And I believe we did do something in the past.
So why don't you let Joe
allowed-
respond to your question?
I do believe that we did in the past have some kind of an allowance for shop owners to bring things onto, and it was passed by
Mr.
council.
Patushka, you have the floor.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I mean, we consider ourselves enablers, and we hear the request, and we will be looking at it through that lens in a positive way that we can make this work. What the result will be, I can't promise you just yet, but we will be looking at it in a positive way, working together collaboratively to see if we can make this work.
So can council
So that's a
give-
yes, he's going to help.
No, Madam Mayor, please.
Okay, I'm trying here.
Me,
A
please.
long agenda.
Please. So what I'm asking is can we grant the authority for staff to work with them to find the way so that it doesn't have to come back to a future council meeting in order for us to say yay? Can we
So
not
Councillor
make
Miles,
sure
Mr.
that
Fay has something to say about what your
motion
request is. Okay.
Members of council, this is a new item that was added to the agenda under council's procedural rules, and it's a protection in place for council, is new business added to the agenda, in particular a delegation for which there's no staff report. Only two things can happen. It can be received and no action taken, or it can be referred to staff for a report back. The only way around that is if council waives its procedural rules, which requires a 2/3 vote of council.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I would put a motion on the floor then to waive the rules of procedure in this instance.
Okay, so we have a motion to move the rules of procedure. All those in favor? All those opposed? I think that carries. Yep. Okay, Councillor Miles, you still have the floor.
Okay, so the motion on the floor, could you read it, Madam Mayor?
That the delegation be received and the request of the BIA board be referred to staff for review and report back to committee on a possible pilot program for allowing A-frame signs in the downtown area.
So I would like to amend the motion to...
I don't actually have a mover, so if you'd like to be the person, because originally it was Councillor Moore who spoke to it, but... So you're moving this motion? Okay.
Yeah, so
how do you
I want
it?
to amend it so it doesn't have to come back to council. Amend the motion so that giving staff the authority to work with the BIA to look for opportunities to do what's requested.
Mr. Fay, you want to see how you can...
For you, Madam Chair, my advice will be that this motion needs to be written out because we're taking an unusual step here by waiving council's procedural rules. So council needs to know what they're voting on. If they're giving direction to staff to take an action.
Mr. Fay, we lost that motion to waive the rules of...
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, what I'm saying is before council votes on this, the motion needs to be written out so everybody is clear about what the motion is.
So I have so wait a minute. I have 4 more speakers, and this is clearly an issue that needs proper wording. So how about we defer this item to later in the agenda so there's an opportunity to put something in writing, Councillor Miles, that you're happy with, and we can come back to the speakers list at that point. But at this point, I don't have it, and I appreciate that you want to get this right. I think we all do. I have a very full agenda with other items that we need to get through, and I don't want to hold it up with us crafting it here and now.
So who wrote
perhaps
this
over
motion?
lunch, the clerk did for Councillor Moore. So perhaps we can deal with it after lunch, and then you'll have an opportunity to consult with everybody and make sure we get it right. Can we do that? Can we stand that down? Okay. Councillor Pleshy on clarification.
The waiving of the procedural rules passed, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Anybody else who needs clarification who's on my board?
Yeah.
Councillor, are you done, Councillor Pleshy?
Yep.
Councillor Moore?
I'm happy to do
Do you
exactly
have any
what you said.
questions with regards to clarification before
No,
we...
if somebody is going to
Councillor-
recraft the motion,
The clerk has agreed
then
to...
what, I think Councillor Miles and I are saying the same thing, and I think actually Joe Patushka is as well. If there are things that need to come back to us in August for our specific approval because staff either can't or don't feel comfortable moving forward, then by all means bring it back. But if there are some solutions for certain businesses in the downtown, given where they're located, where we can, or we have a precedent that allows them to move ahead, then that's the conversation. And I think, I referred to the previous reports, but there's a couple of businesses in the downtown where we allowed them with encroachment agreements to put out tables and chairs and planters and things like that. If A-frame signs can fit within that criteria for certain locations, then I think that I don't see staff having to come back to us for approval on those. But if there are other things that staff need to change the bylaw or, need us specifically to approve, then that's what needs to come back. But in the meantime, don't hold up other opportunities. That's all I'm saying. So I think we're saying the same thing.
So that's the clarification. Councillor Wellens, did you have clarification that you wanted to be part of this?
No, I would like to bring 16.1 forward since Susie's here in regards to the classic cars.
On the next item? Okay.
Yeah, just while she's here.
Okay, let me finish one item first, and then we'll stand this down, and after lunch, we'll have something so that'll be after 1 o'clock.
Great. I was just going to say, I just wanted to ask how we could expedite this, but you guys following that discussion, so thank you for having me.
So you'll have an
Appreciate it.
opportunity to come back and talk when we get to that next item. When we bring it back, we'll bring back that delegation. You'll be back
After lunch,
with a new motion, okay?
Okay.
On that item.
Great, thank you.
Okay. So we've been asked if we can move up the next item, which was the classic cars issue.
Correct.
Which is, I believe, 16.1.
Yes.
Is that what you're asking, Councillor?
Yeah,
So we deal with
please,
that?
yeah, thank you.
Okay. So this is the request, the letter that we received with regards to the classic cars. So
Correct.
if you'd like to speak on that issue.
Okay. Just following the letter of correspondence, there was a change in one of the road closures for classic cars, specifically with regards to George Street on the Friday, July the 21st. And we're seeking council's approval to extend that road closure to 12 a.m.
Okay, Councillor Wellens, did you want to speak on that? I think you actually need to speak. Yeah, Councillor Wellens.
Yes, this was requested through our Public Works, and it's just, we do have to change it because there's a recommendation, CW 26927 at previous council meeting, so I think Peter has something written out, don't you?
Madam Chair, there is a motion on the screen that I believe Councillor Willens is moving. We'll need a seconder, which will be an amendment to the Classic Cars event timeline.
Okay. It's moved by Councillor Wellens, seconded by Councillor Moore. Any questions with the motion in front of you? All those in favor? That's carried.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great.
Okay, so that completes all of the delegations, I believe, and we'll come back to that item when we return after 1 o'clock. So getting to our next item of business. Yep, Councillor Spilberry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't know whether it's the appropriate time, but we just received a questionnaire from the Toronto Star about the Southwest Quadrant issue. And I recall that staff was supposed to provide us an update on the summary judgment process that happened. So I'd like to, it's not on the agenda. I thought I was expecting it to be on the agenda today. So I'd like to reopen the agenda to have this item placed on the in-camera agenda so we can get an update from staff on the summary judgment results.
In the in-camera agenda?
Yes, yes, please.
Okay, so there's been a request to reopen the agenda. We need a two-thirds vote. All those in favor? That's carried. Mr. Squires.
This is a matter of litigation for purposes of the clerk. Thank you.
So this would be 21.8? Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you, Councillor Spilberry.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So our next item of business is the report from the head of council, and I appreciate council letting me reopen this agenda item. I felt that it would be timely for me just to report back to you with regards to the Economic Development or the Biotechnology Innovation Organization International Convention that I attended in California for the first time with our Economic Development Office. And I know that a report will be coming back. Martin, who is our new life sciences specialist, is going to be bringing back a report, but I figured this was probably a good time to tell you essentially what happened. and some of the opportunities that present themselves to us. So I attended from June 19th to 22nd, and I thought I'd give you a blow-by-blow of all the days that I was away. So at the beginning of the convention, Martin and I had a meeting with the Chair of Life Sciences Ontario about how we could work better together, and frankly, I think there are some great opportunities. The next day, we attended a breakfast entering the Canadian market strategies for success. We engaged with an expert panel of leading life sciences companies, incubators, and venture capitalists, and discussed the opportunities for international science companies and how to tap into Canada's innovation ecosystem. That same morning, Montreal In Vivo and TO Health jointly sponsored an event for entrepreneurs, and I provided some opening remarks as we're sponsors of TO Health. After that, there was a panel discussion addressing new trends and approaches to venture capital. It focused on trends supporting startup companies. Later that day, we met with the CEO and the president of Iris Wellness Labs from California, who is interested in exploring opportunities with Peel Memorial regarding personalized precision medicine. Essentially, he's looking at your DNA and wanting to open a lab here in Brampton. The next day, we attended a biotech breakfast, which spoke about some of Canada's history of innovation, whether it was the discovery of insulin or the development of an Ebola vaccine. Canadian researchers discovered stem cells and the cystic fibrosis gene. And we learned that the biotech industry needs to be supported in order to provide economic competitiveness to the cities that they're in. We attended a meeting with BioAlberta and TO Health to talk about the Healthy Cities Initiative, which was first brought to light by Mayor Don Iveson a year ago. We met with the Assistant VP of Research Partnerships at McMaster University. We talked about incubators that were successful in Burlington, Oakville, and Milton, and how to replicate that in Brampton. We also attended a very interesting speakers series on game theory and brain session. And it pains me to say this, but these Ontario speakers talked about how gamification is leading to better brain health, something I've told my sons that it never did. I was wrong. Apparently it helps lead to earlier assessment, diagnosis, and treatment. And they talked about Pokemon Go being a virtual reality tool, which is now being used by researchers to address attention deficit and PTSD. Martin and I met with the Canadian High Trade Commissioner of Life Sciences for Japan. We talked about potential investment in medical devices and pharmaceuticals, and the Japan External Trade Organization that works to promote mutual trade and investment between Japan and the rest of the world. That was only Tuesday. So Wednesday, we met with the Executive Policy and Public Affairs at Mars Discovery District, and we talked about how we could work together to form an innovative ecosystem in our city. Later that morning, we met with the Commissaire La Cité de Biotech. He oversees work done in Biotech City, which is a business and scientific hub in Laval. We explored what they did, how we can accelerate the work we are doing around developing our health and life sciences innovation hub around Peel Memorial in our downtown. Laval's hub was actually planned probably 30 years ago, and they contain a critical mass of biopharmaceutical companies, research organizations, incubators, and accelerators, has over 100 companies, and employs close to 5,000 individuals in a 3-kilometer radius. We went to a luncheon with the Honorable Reza Maridi, who had a speaker from the head of J Labs. After that, we met with the Ontario Brain Institute, which is in Toronto. It's a collection of 43 institutes, 248 researchers, and 25 employees. This institute looks at dementia, autism, cerebral palsy, epilepsy, and depression. They were unaware of the growth in Brampton and expressed a strong interest in the soon-to-be-opened Arano Kids and possible partnerships with Brampton. Martin and I met with Eric Caldwell, the Director of Economic Development for the Department of the City of San Diego, and talked about opportunities that we may be able to share. On Thursday, we met with the Manager of North America International Collaborations Division from the Israel Innovation Authority. This conversation builds on previous mission that I took to Israel. They have 60 MOUs with regions and states, including Canada, and they provide a 50% incentive if you collaborate with a foreign company, and estimate there's a 1 to 5 return on investments through jobs and taxes. We met with the Director of Communications and Marketing for BioCat, is a company from Barcelona, and they spoke of their interest in visiting Brampton and a collaboration, as well as their intention to come to the Toronto Health Innovation Week, which is in April, and possibly visiting Brampton. As I said, Martin will be providing a written report to council. I just wanted to say that despite having minimal time for preparation of this trip, I think the value of attending was enormous. So one of the things I wanted to bring back was a show and tell. So this is a lanyard that everybody wears in the convention. There's probably 15 or 16,000 people. And as you can see, Ontario is on every single lanyard. And every single person in the hotels, and I happened to be staying at the Hyatt, had a hotel key that had Ontario's name on it. So Ontario is spending a significant dollar to be there with a booth that we used for our meeting space. And there's 76 countries that attended in 2016. I have no idea how many attended this time. But I'm hoping that Martin comes back with a suggestion that we actually host one of the education sessions. And I think that we really need to be planning for next year if we plan to go. It's in Boston, so it's a little less of a hike to get there. And we need to bring our companies with us. We need to bring Canon and Medtronic and all those. William Osler should be there. They are part of a lot of organizations already, but I would say that virtually everyone that I spoke to had no idea of the healthcare advances that we've made, the companies that are here, the fact that Ryerson is coming is extremely interesting. And if we can find a way to piggyback on what Ontario is spending currently to get Ontario's name out there, Brampton should take advantage of that. So I suggest that I'll wait to see what Martin comes back with, but I think, so it was his first month on the job, and he was extremely helpful, had a lot of contacts, so I think it was useful, and we'll see what he comes back with, but I thought I'd report back to council. Okay. So, Councillor Dillon, you moved receipt. Somebody second. Councillor Bowman, that the report be received. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Our next item of business is 8.1, a staff report regarding the option of engaging Mr. McCarter to perform a follow-up evaluation and report on the progress made with the recommendations provided in 2015. Mr. Schlang, you have a presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. There's an accompanying report. If you recall, we were directed by Council to look at the possibility of bringing McCarter back to review our financials. So, you have the report. I'm going to flick through this quickly, just some key points. We wanted to show you a bit of the background of why McCarter came in 2015, what he was looking at, and want to talk to you about some of the objective information that we're going forward, some of the external reviews, as well as an update to the financial indicators that he saw at that time to what they're looking like now. And we're seeing a lot of positive trends in the right direction. And then the recommendation, which is in the report as well. So just quickly, he came in 2015. He was looking at three main items: a very high-level report on increasing the city's operating capital reserves, watching that our operating expenses aren't exceeding our growth numbers, and ensuring that we look after our existing infrastructure. I wanted to say that if you look at the number of audits that this council term, there's been, McCarter's was one of 7 major audit reports. That's taken about 2,300 hours of staff time doing the right thing. But in all of these audits, we're seeing some positive outcomes. There's been, as indicated here. But the main thing that I wanted to advise you is just how much staff time has been involved in external audits, and we're getting good feedback. We're also getting good feedback objectively from other external reviews that, Brampton has really improved their financial standing, and you could see, and you've been involved in many of these over this term. We also, working with council, had a really successful budget process. You'll see that in how we're bending the curve, and what McCarter noticed that maybe our operating expense and payroll costs are climbing faster than our growth. You'll see that this 2017 budget has really bent the curve in both those areas, and that was through teamwork jointly with council. And as well, council did commit 2% to the infrastructure capital reserves. So that was happening as well. I just wanted to show you the indicator. This going up is a good thing on McCarter's reviews. So you're seeing that we're bending the curve. That red dot there represents that we had to pay 40 million out to the Peel Memorial. Otherwise, you would see going up is a good trend on this, that we're putting more into reserves. And you really see that in 16 and 17 years. Same as expenses. If you look at specifically the salaries and benefits cost as a property tax revenue, that's going down quite a bit. So that's good news in 2017, that the savings that we've made in the transformation is really starting to reduce our costs as related to taxable benefits. So the bending the curve is a very good thing, and we're going in the right trend. Council is looking after their aging infrastructure. Your 2% commitment in last year's budget and the year before is really positive, so things are going the right trends there. We're also, this council and staff have invested considerably in the last year and a half in our capital asset management plan. We got really aggressive goals to meet in 17 and early in 18 that will really drive that home, and council's had a workshop on the long-term financial plan that will be presented today. So we're really working with council to really improve those financial indicators. So basically, we see these financial indicators, we're seeing significant progress. So the recommendation in the report is, we can report back on those financial indicators, make sure we're not slipping, make sure we're each year continuously improving on those numbers, but we're not recommending that McCarter come and do another audit. We're saying we'll provide a report card to you every year along with our other financials. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schlang. I actually have a motion that I'd like to place on the agenda that is contrary to staff recommendation. And Mr. Fay, do you have it? So I want to thank the CEO for bringing back the report. I know there was a lot of work that went into this, and I think it's very helpful. And I think it's really encouraging to see the progress that we've made and achieved, and I think a lot of it is because of Mr. McCarter's recommendations. One of the hallmarks of a strong organization is that they embrace change and they measure success, and I think we're measuring success and we're demonstrating we're moving forward. Shortly after taking office, I asked for an independent review of our fiscal situation, and Council agreed. We hired Mr. McCarter, the former Ontario Auditor General, to undertake the task, and he took about a month, 5 weeks, I think, to produce a report that set out best practices that Brampton should adopt. He gave us some direction to make sure that we were handling our taxpayers' dollars properly. It's been now almost just over 2 years since he made those recommendations. And I'm proud of the fact that our staff sees the challenges that were made of them 2 years ago, and I am proud of the work that they have accomplished on our behalf. External agencies like C.D. Howe Institute for Financial Reporting gave Brampton an A- standard, and Standard & Poor affirmed our city's AAA rating, and the Frontier Center for Public Policy ranked Brampton second on the Transparency Index. These recognitions came after we followed the advice of Mr. McCarter, who initially gave us a report card, which I believe gave us a real wake-up call. He spoke of the financial storm clouds on the horizon. He warned us about the state of our discretionary reserve funds. He recognized that we had grown as a city and that our property tax revenues had more than doubled. He spoke of the challenge to maintain our aging and growing infrastructure and our need to put enough away to address this growing issue. Lastly, he warned us that unless we found the discipline to manage the rate of growth of our operating expenses, in particular our city payroll, we would have to raise property taxes to do all of the heavy lifting. Since this report came out, we've made significant efforts to contain costs while maintaining the services that Bramptonians rely on us to deliver. Streamlining our senior staff has saved over $2 million, and we continue to look for efficiencies that will contain our costs. In addition, we adopted his recommendation to reinstate a 2% infrastructure levy to help fund infrastructure and repair and replace critical city services. Over the last 2 years, we've seen the actions of Council have had significantly improved our financial status and our resiliency and the flexibility we need to use that we need to manage this slow recovery. But it's important to be vigilant in continuing to control and improve our processes. Mr. McCarter's first mandate was to conduct a high-level financial review and report on those results. He was not asked to address Brampton's future. Now that we've taken steps to address those initial concerns he raised, I believe it would be prudent to revisit that original report and have Mr. McCarter evaluate the steps we've taken to date and provide council and the people of Brampton with the advice on where we go from here. It became clear when in discussion with council that there was an interest in having his opinion on whether the city should be issuing debt. And in fact, that's a conversation that is in our long-term master plan, financial master plan today. He told us that this review indicated that Brampton's capital reserve levels currently provide very little flexibility. He reminded us that our staff had communicated to council that the current level of reserves were not adequate to fund the required future infrastructure investment. While increases to property taxes is one option, it wouldn't provide all of the necessary funding. As a council, we have some really big projects on the horizon. We've got to make a decision about the Powerade Center, the university campus, Riverwalk, just to name a few. We have some very bold strategic goals that we aspire to achieve, and I believe this council should consider whether or not to initiate conversations with the Region of Peel regarding the issuance of some form of debenture. And frankly, I think the taxpayers would want the city to finance infrastructure projects in whatever manner costs them the least. I believe there's more we can do, and I believe an independent set of eyes indicated to us in the past that we may have lost our purchasing power on some of our cash balances because we weren't strategic in where we invested our cash. The province is bringing in new legislation, Bill 68, the Prudent Investor Standard, which will allow municipalities to seek financial instruments that help us get better returns for our investments. We're doing that at the region. I can't see a reason why we wouldn't do it here at the city. Mr. Schlang, I appreciate your advice, but I think Mr. McCarter's review back in 2015, although painful, was the tough medicine we needed to turn things around. Investing in one study and then leaving it on the shelf to gather dust, in my opinion, would be wrong and a waste of taxpayers' money. I believe we should re-engage Mr. McCarter to see what progress we've made, the success that we have achieved, and the areas that still need work. Mr. McCarter is an independent professional who came to council and reported his findings. In fact, he also made himself available to our residents, and I think our public appreciated his transparency and his availability. Respecting the taxpayers and the residents of Brampton is my highest priority. I believe this is the ideal time before we begin our budget process to review our progress, to see where we are, to set new goals, and more importantly, I think Brampton taxpayers would gain some comfort in knowing that we're making sure that their hard-earned money is being well spent. Go to my speakers list. Councillor Dillon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Speaking to the report, it mentions $66,000, and I think it was worth the investment in having Mr. McCarter come in and really give us an idea of where we're going. I think it also speaks about the 200 staff hours as well. I think their job is to help progress the city forward as well, so I think that was an investment as well. But just reading the report, it says that since the McCarter report, city has continued to make improvements, so much so success of these initiatives have been recognized by external agencies. For example, we've had the highest municipal ranking of A- from C.D. Howe. Standard and Poor reaffirmed the city's AAA rating. We ranked second on the Transparency Index as well. And also in the report it says the positive trends, the key financial indicators since the McCarter report as well. So speaking to the motion now, I think to evaluate the steps taken and see where we go from here, I do support the motion. Because if you recall the report, we found out we did have debt, we did have quite a significant infrastructure gap, and we had depleted reserves. So I think it's, in my opinion, it's in the best interest of our city to really reevaluate ourselves, get a third party to evaluate where we are, where we can go from there. So I do think it'd be beneficial, and I do support the motion.
Councillor Spovier.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a few questions of staff. Besides the 2% increase that we've initiated after MacArthur gave us his report. What else has council implemented or the city implemented that MacArthur recommended besides increasing the 2% and yearly base to have reserves in place for replacement and repair? Have we done anything else that really has changed, that has given us these awards that are spoken to?
Through you, I might get Z, who's here for Dave Sutton to answer, but the first one, when he was talking about operating expenses moving, as quickly on our payroll as well as and taking most of our growth, this council had the courage to do one of the most major transformations in Canada last year. That saved not 2 million, but we found 4 million, and that going into the 2017 budget, as well as another 4.3 we're forecasting for 2018. So that was a major change. That if you saw that one, that a good thing it's going down. That was a major spike down, and that was really, council should take credit for that. On the long term, on the asset side, you've really promoted, moving forward with the capital asset management plan. If you recall that there was a report on that we're aggressively moving forward in many areas. And of course you have the long-term master financial plan that's been completed and under for your review today. So you've taken 3-4 major steps.
Okay, so was there anything else that he recommended that we have not followed his recommendations?
Not that we've seen.
Sorry?
No, nothing that we've seen.
Okay. So through the chair, the 2%. So you've done the restructuring, and do you believe that there may be more room for further restructuring if MacArthur comes and reevaluates the restructuring that's taken place? Or do you believe that we're working on a bone at a...
Through you, as a staff team, as I mentioned to you before, we were looking at 18. We're now implementing lean processes in the corporation. We're looking at absolutely everything we can do to continue to curb the base operating expenses, when you want new services in transit or fire. But I would say that from a base point of view, we're doing everything we can to continuously improve, and whether a third party comes in to tell us, or we're working on it daily right now.
So you're on it, basically. Yeah. So you don't need to be told that you got to do more, basically.
Through you, I mean, it's all, people can always say, did you think of this idea or that idea? But that's why, in the private sector, you build quality into the product. You try and get your whole corporation, the people themselves, to develop ideas to keep improving. And that's what we're trying to do. That's the culture we're trying to promote. We always felt that if external people are telling you how to improve, we must be doing something wrong as a team internally.
Yeah. Now, the other, through the chair, the 2% increase, I think this is the third year that we actually have added 2% to our budget just to put in the reserves.
Yes.
For the future. Will that meet our needs, long-term needs, or is there going to be a shortfall with this 2% if we continue on that road? Do you foresee a shortfall into meeting our future requirements, or do you believe, or based on the assessment, that 2% is adequate at this time?
Through you, Chair, and I might ask Z to help, but I think if you look at it, if you continue with the 2% for the next 10 years, we feel that the city would have set aside about 80% of the depreciation expected through that period. So you've made a major chunk. I think the capital asset management plan, knowing, will actually add to that. So you're closing the gap considerably. Yeah.
Okay. So just a comment through Madam Mayor. I believe that I believe honestly that what has been done is we're on the road, and whether bringing MacArthur back and spending another 60 or 70,000, whether he's going to tell us anything different, I don't know. It seems that staff has got things under control, especially the the restructuring, the savings. But I also see that for sure we could increase that 2% to 3% perhaps. But from my hearing from the residents, I believe that today they just had I think they had enough increases, and doing anything more over and above that, I think would just totally create a huge backlash. So I'm happy with the 2%. I'm happy with staff's initiative and restructuring. I also believe that once we got all the infrastructure in place, I understand that in the future it has to be repaired and replaced. But in the future, we'll have close to 1 million people to pay for it, to share it in the cost. So I don't believe that the people of today, the 600,000 people, should be paying any more to save to provide the replacement and the repairs for the people of 30, 40 years from today. So I'm happy with what we're doing. I'm happy that we've followed his main recommendations, and I really don't see a need right now to bring him back and spend some extra money. Perhaps the time to do that would be at the next council when it comes in to reevaluate to see. But staff, I think, have the issue at hand, and I really don't see why we need to spend any more money on this this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, through the Madam Mayor. I guess just more, I support, seconded this motion. And we can go through, I guess, how far we've come and follow the report. But there's one thing here, especially our role as councillors, and this is the unfortunate part and this is part of our duty. In this chambers, I trust staff, and it's not a question of trusting staff or not. When you walk out this chambers right now, public confidence, be it because of what happened with OPR, be it what happened in previous council, public confidence is not at a high rate. And when we bring a third party, when we bring an Auditor General who served us well at the beginning of our term, who provided us with the roadmap, that certainly went far into restoring some of that confidence. Over the last month, with our internal audit, with the outcome of a police investigation now, when I leave this chambers, my responsibility and my duty is to represent my residents and represent the public, specifically Wards 3 and 4, who question now our finances and unfortunately question the runnings of our municipality. And what this to me says, and what this does to me, it allows me to go to our residents, it allows me to go to the public and saying, we want to restore, we want you to believe in us again. We want you to believe in the municipality. I could sit here and the $50,000, $60,000 that we're talking about, certainly I, for one of those who just, when we talk about spending money or budget allocations or so on. But right now, I think just if we look at the temperature, if we feel public outrage that's out there, I would look at a council unanimously again to support this motion, because this is what our residents want. This is what the public want. I'm kind of surprised if a councillor speaking against this, who just a couple of weeks ago asked for a police investigation. And I don't want to call out the councillor, but I'm just saying this again is another step that we have to take as a council to work together to restore the public confidence, to ensure that we take this cloud off of our financial stewardship here at the city. And this certainly doesn't, unfortunately, it's one of those roles that, it's no comment on my trust in staff. I believe when I get numbers from staff, they're solid numbers. They're good advice. Harry, as a CEO, you've come into a situation, and I commend you for your leadership, your courage, and you're taking it for the team, and you're fighting, and you're dealing with issues that are past issues. So this I would want this to never be a reflection on it. But again, my duty and my responsibility as a councillor is to represent the public and represent my residents. And I can tell you the temperature out there, just based on what's happened in OPR, they want to ensure that our finances are clear and transparent. So I have to support this motion, and I'm asking all fellow councillors to support the motion, and I'd like to ask for a recorded vote as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pleshy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Harry, Mr. Schlang, in this motion here, we have a budget of in between 55 and 60,000. In the report, it had stated that it cost the city $66,105 plus 200 hours of city staff time. Do we have a dollar figure on the 200 hours of city staff time? I did ask that in the beginning. Yeah, unfortunately, you weren't here at that time, but I did ask that.
Again, through you, Mayor. Councillor, I mean, the staff are here anyway. It's sort of an opportunity cost, you know, that staff spends 200 hours on that and not, you know, in other areas. But if you prorated that, it would probably be about 300,000.
300,000. Can I ask, what's Jim McCarter's title? What is his current job function?
Through your council, I'm sorry I can't answer. I don't know what his role is right now exactly.
Does he have his own business? Do you know?
Sorry, council, I can't answer that. I don't know the answer to that.
It's okay, if you can't answer. Would this be considered sole sourcing? And I know sole sourcing has a stigma of it being a bad thing, and it's not always a bad thing. I'm just asking, though, if this would be considered as part of a sole sourcing agreement.
From a procurement point of view, you'd want who did the assessment before to come back and do the same assessment. So they use the same methodology. So you would consider that in purchasing terms as a sole source.
But back when we brought him here the first time, that was sole sourcing, correct?
Through Councillor, these questions, you know, I wasn't prepared to answer these types of questions, but I just know that when you ask the question, I would say that if someone did the assessment originally, you'd want the same person to do it again.
Sure.
So that'd be a sole source.
Okay. I respect that, you know, Councillor Medeiros has had some of his constituents that are calling for this and putting a bug in his ear about this, and I respect that. And but he's asking for the council to be unanimous, and it's always good when a council is unanimous. But I won't be supporting this. I can't. I think what you've proposed is a good option going forward, and I'll be supporting the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon.
Just want to echo some of the points that Councillor Medeiros made. I think it's about restoring confidence, and I think a lot of our residents don't want to go back to the a better term, lackadaisical ways. There was mismanagement of some of the capital funds, I believe, like hundreds of millions, where they didn't know where it was. Again, to point out that there was debt, there was a lot of issues that were a concern to our residents. And there's significant findings, and I think the recommendations that McCarter made were not minor, they were pretty major. The three main highlighted items in the McCarter report were increasing the city's operating and capital reserves, that the city better manage the rate of growth in its operating expenses, and to maintain the challenge of the aging and growing infrastructure. So, $66,000, is a lot for the regular Brampton citizen, but in terms of what we give out, for example, we give $50,000 for a hockey tournament for, I think it's the 50th anniversary coming up. We're giving $1.5 million to a hockey team. We're talking about, assessing ourselves going forward, and we're talking about billions of dollars going forward and how the city handles its funds. So I think $66,000, $50,000, or whatever it may cost, and I think the staff hours are an investment into this, and I don't see why we wouldn't want to follow up We don't want to show the residents that, listen, we got McCarter coming in and we'll take it from here. I think that's the attitude that turned so many residents off before. I'm not saying we have it every year or every term, but we had them come in once. Let's get a reassessment and see where we're going, and we go from there. So again, I think the motion isn't asking for too much. I think it's what the residents demand and what they expect.
Thank you, Councillor Spovieri.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And, if this was a different motion with a different objective, then I could understand the argument for carrying on to do this. But all the motion is asking is to evaluate what we've done, to see whether what we've done is good and whether we're on the right track, and so, which I believe we are. If the motion is said that we need to bring in an auditor general to do a forensic audit and all the dealings that went on in the past with all the issues, whether it be the OPR, or whether it be the Southwest Quadrant, or any other mismanagement of the taxpayers' dollars, yeah, I would totally support this. But this motion is not the objective of that at all. To assure the people that the city is doing the operation of the city is above water, and it's it's being cleaned up and so on. So let's really be realistic as what the objective is. And as far as putting the people minds at ease, the police investigation will do that. They will do the investigation that what's been happening here at the city with the finances. Not MacArthur. This motion does not ask him to investigate what's been happening with the city finances at all. It's asking whether we're on the right track. And as far as I'm concerned, we are on the right track.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Spovieri.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As far as the state of our finances here in the city, and Z may have to answer, as far as the key financial indicators that we measure success on and that are typically measured success in businesses, have they improved over the last 2 years?
Through the chair, based on the same indicators that MacArthur previously reviewed, yes. What the report says is there's an uptick in the trend. There's a positive trend.
So we are trending upwards now.
Correct.
Based
on the same key indicators as used by MacArthur.
Okay, so based on the key indicators, we are trending upwards. We're moving ahead. We're on the right path going forward, and the economic indicators tell us that we're doing the right things. This is what I'm basing my decision on. We've got relatively new commissioners and an executive management team. You guys have, for the most part, recognized that there were issues. And for the most part, I think the indicators indicate that they've changed. Changes have been made. We're on an upward cycle now. And we've got to look towards the future for these things. We keep hearing that MacArthur made recommendations. He recommended this, he recommended that, and that we didn't know any of this. Well, his last line in his report is, in conclusion, the above observations should not be interpreted as formal recommendations. They're not. Rather, they are intended to be food for thought, no more, no less. So we have taken his food for thought, we have digested it, and we have come up with a plan, several plans actually, to move this city forward fiscally. And I think you guys are doing a good job. I am not a supporter of bringing somebody back in. I do think that the money was well spent to bring him in here the first time. And I'm not totally against, at the beginning of every council, doing the same thing to see how things are. But I think we are on an upward trend now. I think that we are being successful. I think the residents, knowing key economic indicators, would have to agree that we're doing the right things here now. And have we adjusted things from the past? Yeah, we certainly have. Have we changed? Yes. Have we changed direction from where we're going? Yes. And I think that's the important thing. And I think we should just keep doing doing the things that you're doing, going the direction we're going. And Harry, you've suggested that you come back annually with a report. I think semi-annually would be better, because that gives us a 6-month leeway to see where we're going. So I'm not going to support bringing him in again. Maybe at the beginning of the next term, the new council may decide to bring him in. But I think right now we're on the right path, and I think we should carry on and move this city forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to cause a recess at this point, because we agreed that we would stop from 12 to 1. We have a flag raising with the Peel Pride group, and we will be back at 1 o'clock. I'm told that our list will stay as it is right now. So we'll come back and we'll continue this debate. Thank you. It's on work. Okay, we're back from our lunch recess, and the first item of business is the A-frame issue with the BIA. Councillor Miles, do you have an amended motion?
I just signed it off. I believe the clerk has it.
Okay. Everybody read it? It's moved by Councillor Morris, seconded by Councillor Miles. All those in favor? That's carried.
Unanimous.
Yay. Okay. Returning to our next item, the item of business with regards to Mr. McCarter. My next speaker is Councillor Pleshy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There was a couple comments that were made, and I just wanted to see if I can get clarity on those. So my question to Al is, did the City of Brampton give $50,000 to a hockey team that was for their 50th anniversary? And simple yes or no.
Through the chair, the answer is no.
Okay. And then there was another comment about the City of Brampton giving $1.5 million to a hockey team. Have we given $1.5 million to a hockey team as of now?
Through the chair, the answer is no. We have not given the entire $1.5 million yet.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Willens.
I call the question, Madam Mayor.
Call the question. Councillor Moore has not spoken yet, so I'm going to let Councillor Moore speak first, and then we'll go to the question. Oh, all in favor of calling the question? That's carried. Okay, Councillor Moore.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I guess I look what's happened in the past year. We have a new CAO, a new treasurer, a new corporate services commissioner, new head of purchasing, new head of human resources, new commissioner of planning, and a new internal auditor. I think there's a lot of fresh eyes on the corporation right now. I certainly supported bringing in McCarter and the ombudsman at the time that we had those votes. I was part of the former council. As many know, rather vocal about some of my concerns, whether it was through budget or other decision-making around this table. So for me, that was an opportunity for us to get, a pretty clear sense of what needed to be addressed, and as a way, quite frankly, to either validate some of my concerns from the previous term or not. I guess I have a different perspective from some of my colleagues. I think, when we talk about public confidence, it's like the phone call that you get from a resident who has nothing but negative comments to say. And if you agree with them, or you take action that reinforces those negative opinions, then I think you just feed into it. You strengthen those negative views about the city. I think the report before us and some of the changes that we've all been witness to in the past year, but certainly the evidence has been positive change. Is there work left to be done? I think the CAO would say yes. I think the new leadership team here at the city says yes, and that's a good sign, because it means that they have their sleeves rolled up and will do all of the heavy lifting that they need to do to make sure that past mistakes are not repeated, and that we continue to move this corporation forward on an upward trend. And I think that's what we've seen. So I guess for me, asking the McCarter to come back reinforces those negative and concerning opinions and views that some people in the community have. I think we hold up the positive evidence of change, because there certainly is a lot of it, whether it's some of the recognitions that we've had for financial reporting or with planning or public works. I think that there is a lot of stuff, so that when we get those calls for people who have concerns about and their confidence is shaken with the city, where we can say, we can all I'm not going to say relax, because we'll never relax. We're always going to be striving for continuous improvement. But, I think that we need to demonstrate and get the message out about the positive things happening in this city. I think we have shown just in the past couple of weeks with the decision for the police investigation that when there is something wrong, we will take corrective and decisive action on it. I think that's what the community expects to see. But to continue with reinforcing some of the opinions about not having confidence in the City of Brampton as a corporation, both administratively and politically, is just not fair to our community. They deserve better. They deserve the truth. And I think that this administration have shown that they will give the truth to the community. But the truth, quite frankly, is that we are on an upward trend, and that we have staff committed to maintaining that upward trend. And though that's the kind of messaging that, in my opinion, improves public confidence, not by continuing to reinforce the fact that there must be something wrong and we have to keep turning over stones until we find something wrong. So that, I think from a communications perspective, we need to do a better job of getting out the good messaging. I know it's a challenge, whether it's, the media or media releases and social media, but there's no greater advocates for the good work that our staff are doing than the 11 people sitting around this table. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fortini, because you had spoken before.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Sorry. Okay, keep going. I'll turn your mic on.
This motion, you took me off.
Yeah, you're on
Am I
now.
on?
Yeah.
And Councilor Medeiros, we are in this situation because of MacArthur, and we turned things around. We did a lot of people got, changed the structure. We did a lot of rehiring. Anyone with a business background should go back 3 years after and say, let me see, or 2 years later, how our finances are. And I think, to spend the extra $50,000 or $60,000 to look at where we are now is one of the best things. We did it back then 2 years ago, and we thought all our finances were great until all these things came up. So I'm going to support the motion. Anyone should have a business background, should know, after a couple of years, you should go back into your finances and look where you stand before you close the doors. So.
Thank you. I have no more speakers. A recorded vote has been requested. Mr. Fay?
Recorded vote's been requested on the motion moved by Mayor Jeffrey and seconded by Councillor Medeiros, as shown on the screen. All in favor, please stand to be counted. Showing in favor is Councillor Fortini, Councillor Medeiros, Mayor Jeffrey, Councillor Dillon. All opposed, please stand to be counted. Showing opposed is Councillor Miles, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Sprovieri, Councillor Paleshi, Councillor Willens, Councillor Moore, and Councillor Gibson. Madam Mayor, the motion loses 4-7.
So the original motion moved by Councillor Willens, second by Councillor Bowman, is that the report received and that a similar financial report card will be brought to council by staff on an annual basis. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor? That's carried. Okay. Our next item of business is item 8.2, a staff report regarding implementing a contribution rebate program in the City of Brampton. Do any members have questions or comments on the staff report? Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I believe when this came up last time, I'm pretty sure I asked the same question. Is there evidence that this does result in higher engagement in people interested in the election, in contributing to the election, in general helping at all with the election? And I don't see that in the report if it's there. Is there any evidence that this does engage people more?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there may be anecdotal evidence that it may engage more people. The bottom line is the key benchmark for a clerk conducting an election is voter turnout, and there's no evidence that I've seen that the contribution rebate program increases voter turnout.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Miles?
Very much, Madam Mayor. I'm speaking against the motion. There's no way I could support a report that recommends taking taxpayer dollars to pay for council members or potential council members' campaign contributions. I just think it's fundamentally wrong.
Councillor Pleshy?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I see that Mississauga is doing a pilot project, and I'd like to see what the results of that project is before approving anything like this. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
So are you suggesting this be brought back after the next election?
I'd like to see the pilot, if you could
So
bring a
you're
report.
not recommending anything about the motion to come
No,
back? Okay.
just if you
All
could
right.
bring a report after the next election.
Okay.
But I think that would be for next council.
Yep. Councillor Dillon?
Thank you very much. I guess I've heard differing opinions from a couple of people who have spoke. I think it doesn't go far enough. I think there should be a little bit more that does. We're giving $150 back, so we've said, you know, there should be an incentive to anybody who wants to contribute to someone's campaign who they feel can better the city. And I guess you could also say that they're contributing to enhancing and improving their city. And I don't think a 150 goes far enough for any potential candidate. I think, you know, since the province moved it up to 1,200 from 750, I think we need to get with whatever the provincial and the federal governments are doing, because I think they, I'm not saying go as high as 75% as what they give, but I think we could do a little bit better, because in my estimation, I think, you know, when you're putting your money towards something, you're invested a little bit more, and if there's more incentive, it increases engagement, in my opinion. And I think when we're at about 30 to 33% or 30 to 35% voter turnout for municipal, we're about 50 in the last provincial election, and I think we're about 70 in the last federal election. I think there needs to be more incentive, and it's just not a one-stop shop where we do this and it'll increase voter turnout or voter engagement. But I think it's just part of a bigger plan that we could have in place to get more people to get involved in municipal politics. So again, I'd like to ask staff possibly if there was any other scenarios that they looked at, or is it just this one that they're presenting with a maximum of $150? Was there any other calculations or done? And if there was, if you can speak to it, perhaps.
Through you, Madam Mayor, there were a number of calculations done in a report that was presented to Council, I believe it was back in April. And at that time, and given, I think, what Mississauga was contemplating with their pilot program, the motion that carried, which is on page 2 of the report, was for staff to come back with a proposed pilot program, which this report addresses, based on the Mississauga model. So it did not look at any other potential program, so it's based on Mississauga's model, which is a 25% contribution rebate for eligible contributions provided, up to a maximum of $150 for any contribution made to a candidate above $25.
So at that time, I didn't support just looking at Mississauga's campaign, you know, the campaign rules, the contribution rules, because at the time I remember I had said we're not Mississauga, our population is different, and I don't think we should necessarily be copying them exactly, but that we should at least have some more options coming forward. If there's any other municipalities that have taken steps for the rebates, but I don't know if this is, sorry, go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, the previous report did address the other municipalities that it was sort of the context for report to provide information to council if they want to make a decision to possibly pursue this, which council did ask for this report to come back in terms of what it would take to implement this.
Right.
There was a motion that was debated at the last meeting about looking at various other options, different percentages, and that motion lost. Staff have done a number of different pieces of analysis on this, but this is what council asked for, so this is the report that is presented to council today for consideration based on the model that's been established in Mississauga for next year's election.
Okay. Councillor Fortini.
I'm going to speak against it. It's like Councillor Miles said. It's not only about the taxpayers. What about the people that are not citizens, cannot vote, and we're using their money to get a rebate for ourselves? I think when you actually give money to a campaign, it should be done like the federal and provincial, deducted on your taxes at the end of the day. Not using taxes, corporate taxes at the end. And then we go turn around, we look at Mississauga, we look at other cities. It looks like we only look at other cities when it's convenience for us. So, I'm not going to support it at all, because I believe we should run our own campaign and get funding somewhere else, but not use taxpayers' money.
Councillor Spovieri.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'm of the same mind. I really don't see this as being a huge factor in promoting more candidates to come forward. If I'm going to donate to someone because I believe they're a capable person, and I'm going to donate $1,200, certainly $150 refund is not going to. It's not going to make or break me to get another $150 back. And what we're doing is basically we're asking 70% of the population who don't vote in municipal elections, we're asking them to pay the bill, which runs up to quite a bit of money. And I don't believe it's really necessary. If people want to give, if they can't give $1,200, they'll give $500. If they can't give $500, they'll give $100. So having this rebate is really, it's just a little perk. I don't really believe it's really an incentive or anything that's going to really change anything that's to make things better. So I won't be supporting the motion either. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to ask the clerk a question first, and that is, when we report that there's, and I can't remember what the percentage was the last time, but let's say it's 33% voter turnout. Is that 33% of the total population or 33% of the eligible voters?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the number is always reported as percentage of eligible voters,
Right.
those that can vote.
So to Councillor Spovieri's point, the actual number is a lot higher, Councillor Spovieri, because it's not including the whole population. So it's even worse than what you think, and that was the point that I wanted to make. Also, like, the only thing this does is help the candidate. It doesn't help the public, because if, for instance, if you just look at the chart here, if somebody wanted to give me $200, or give a candidate, any candidate, doesn't have to be me, any candidate running $200, is going to get 50 back, then just give me 150. Like, you're asking the taxpayer to pay the other $50. And that's all the taxpayers, not just the eligible voters. That's all the taxpayers are going to contribute to that. And I heard it said the last time we talked about this by somebody that it encourages voter turnout. It encourages more people to submit. Well, these numbers are based, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Clerk, the numbers you have here from the last time and the cost is based on the voter turnout the last time, the number of people who donated the last time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So if the numbers if it did encourage more people to do this, and if the numbers went up a lot more, the number is going to be a lot higher than 51,980. So that, this report is basically giving us a scenario of what would happen the last time. But if it really does encourage more people to give money and to voter turnout, which I don't think it's going to be anything to do with voter turnout, that number is going to be a lot higher than that. It could be double. It could be $100,000. So just based on those numbers alone, I don't support it, because I don't think it helps the people. I think it helps the candidates. And I'm not a believer in having any taxpayer have to pay unwillingly towards our campaigns. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon.
Yeah, again, as I mentioned earlier, I do have my issues with it. And as the clerk clarified, all the other options were discussed, and council decided to go with having staff report back to Mississauga's model. So as a pilot project, I can support it to see how it does go, and if the election following, if there was any changes, or if we need to even scrap this program and go to something else or go to nothing. I think that's something we should look forward to. But if Mississauga is doing it, Mississauga's obviously put some thought into it as well. We put thought into this as well, as to go with theirs. But just to the comment that it helps candidates. Candidates are the people who eventually become councillors, and councillors are the people who shape and choose a direction for the city. And it's an investment by the residents. Too often we take away from what a candidate or a councillor does, but those people have agendas to move their city forward. They're the activists pushing the issues forward as well on behalf of the residents. And I think, again, to use the word investment, it's an investment into what direction you want to go as a city if you're making these contributions as well, putting your support behind them as well. So as a pilot project, I can support it. I don't think, again, it goes far enough, but that's something that's a discussion I guess we could have, whoever is in council can have after the project takes place, if it passes. So I will support it, but again, we'll leave it up to discussion after, if it does pass.
Thank you, Councillor Pellicci.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Peter, to obtain the numbers that you have here, did you looked at everybody that contributed in the last election that was a resident of Brampton?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, we did some analysis based on the financial statements from the last election of those that contributed, where we could determine Brampton residency, which you can, and that are individuals.
And then what about corporations?
They were excluded.
They were excluded.
Because they're ineligible for contributions for the 2018 election.
So it does have the potential, if somebody owned a corporation and lived in Brampton and were not going to contribute in the next election as a corporation because they cannot, but could contribute as a resident of Brampton, then those wouldn't be captured. Now, there's probably not a ton of them to make a big difference, but there's that potential, correct?
That's a possibility, yes.
Okay. I just wanted to ask that. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Okay. So I put myself on the board. I'm presuming Councillor Wellens is going to call the questions. Seems to be a standard, so I don't want to jump ahead of everybody, but I guess at the end of the day, I think we've had a really robust debate, and I think that's certainly what I wanted when I first raised this issue, because I think most people, the public, are likely not aware, and maybe some candidates and maybe some incumbents aren't aware of how much the rules are going to change in the next election. The fact that the time period has contracted considerably, that the amount of money collected is different. It's going to be substantially more, will match what they do at the province, and the list of individuals that you can collect money from have to change. So it's going to be absolutely more favorable to an incumbent. And as somebody who wasn't an incumbent the first time I ran, it always helps to level the playing field. So I already know that incumbents have have an advantage because they have the name recognition. But for new candidates, it's always a challenge running a campaign. And I guess what I wanted for us to do is I was hoping council was open to change, and I'm sensing they're not. And, our neighbors to the south are doing this. The City of Toronto is doing it, and it is ironic that people who will vote in Mississauga for a regional councillor will be able to get a tax receipt, but people who vote in Brampton for a regional councillor wouldn't be able to get that. It's going to be a very different system. So I think, council wasn't ready to change or do something different, and I thought it was worthy of a debate, and I appreciate that there's been robust debate, and maybe the next election we'll see what other municipalities have done again and see what the outcome is. So I think this is successful in the sense that we've had a robust debate, which was what I asked for at the beginning. I thank staff for the work that they did. They did considerable work to bring this report forward based on the advice that we gave them months ago. So thank you, Mr. Fay, to you and your staff. Thank you. Councillor Wellens.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. Peter, Mississauga did this last election, correct?
No, they did not.
Oh, they didn't do it last election? Okay, okay. No, I was just going to ask if they did it the last election, what was the percentage of their vote compared to Brampton? What is the percentage of the vote compared to Brampton now? Do you know, based on population?
I don't know, sorry.
Okay. I always thought, okay, thanks.
Wanted to be very clear that the position that I've taken has nothing to do about not being willing to change. What it has is everything to do with seeing something that is fundamentally wrong. Right now, the property tax payer, our property, we as a municipality gets 8 cents out of every dollar collected. 92 cents goes to the provincial and federal government. So of 8 cents, we don't have enough money to go around, quite frankly, to pay what we have to pay. If you are an MP or an MPP, your campaign contributions, you can give a receipt and it comes off of people's income base, what they make, their income tax base. So it's different, and I would be very supportive if this was a motion that said campaign contributions, you can have a rebate from your income tax base, because it would be they would be treated the same way as your MPs and your MPPs. But here in the city of Brampton, when we get 8 cents out of every dollar to try and provide all of the services that we need to our community, to start saying we're going to take from the property taxpayer and offset the costs of campaign contributions, I believe is fundamentally wrong. That's why I do not support the motion. It has nothing to do with being against change. I just fundamentally don't believe that our taxpayers would be supportive of this kind of an initiative.
Thank you. Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, through the chair. To the city clerk, just so regarding that point of the regional chair, it's going to be elected. So regional chair, would they be able to collect in Mississauga the rebates, I guess, from contributions made from Mississauga residents in comparison to Brampton? How does that all, it's a little bit of a mismatch, or different rules apply to the regional chair?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I believe what the mayor said was Mississauga's regional councillors may be able to participate in this program, whereas Brampton, but regional chair is different. So this program that's recommended in this report based on council direction would only apply to Brampton Council. It would not apply to the regional chair. The region of Regional Municipality of Peel would have to establish its own program for the regional chair position, and then that would apply to all candidates for regional chair across the region. Mississauga can't do a program for the regional chair independent of the region, and neither can the city of Brampton.
So at the region there could be, okay. That's great, thank you. Sorry.
Councillor Palashi, I think this is the third time.
It is, thank you, Madam Mayor. You know what, I'd be interested, Madam Mayor, you made a comment about that the way it works now helps incumbents. I would like to see the dollar figure if you took out the incumbent portion of it, and just anybody that was seeking the chair that did not qualify for enough votes. I'd like to see that dollar figure. And if that came back to us at, a much, much lower price, or a much, much lower dollar amount, I would be in support of allowing this for anyone that was not an incumbent. Can you do that?
I think you need to see if the program passes before you could parse out pieces of it. So I have a sense that it's not, based on just the general conversation. So I think that you can put a motion on following if you want to, but at this point, it's really just to receive the report and then we pass a bylaw with the way it is now.
Okay.
So if you want to do something different afterwards, you're free to put a motion on.
Can Peter just answer the first part of that question?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I may not have heard the entire question, but I think if you were talking about differentiating for different candidates, the answer is no. The program has to be the same for everybody.
Even incumbents?
Absolutely. The election is about fairness to all involved. regardless.
Councillor Dillon.
I was trying not to, but it's a pilot project to improve the democratic process. As much as I don't think everything goes. I don't think it goes far enough, but possibly to encourage more voters. But I take issue when we say it's fundamentally wrong. When I feel like it's hypocritical to say that when we're talking about improving the democratic process, but at the same time, this council is making other decisions, giving much more money to private businesses as well. So just wanted to get that out there. I feel I just don't understand it. When you use the word fundamentally wrong, there's so many more fundamentally wrong decisions that were made. Giving money away, $1.5 million away to private businesses, and when we're talking about trying to increase voter turnout.
Councillor Dillon, I'm going to just let you speak to the motion. You still have
Speaking
the floor.
to the motion, I think
you've
it's
expressed.
It's a pilot project, trying to improve, the process. We're trying to possibly engage more voters and to make the field a little bit more level. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, Councillor Miles for the third time.
Just to clarify, I said I believe it's fundamentally wrong. I believe it's fundamentally wrong. And Councillor Dillon, at every council meeting lately, you have managed to insult somebody with your comments today.
Councillor Miles,
it's
I don't think that's
hypocritical.
I appreciate. Thank
Yes,
you.
yeah, and Madam Mayor, perhaps when other councillors are making disparaging remarks about others, you would step in.
Councillor
Thank
Miles,
you.
I think I appreciate. No, we're not going to have a debate about this. Councillor Moore, you have. Councillor Dillon.
You're offended by that.
Councillor
By using the
Dillon.
word hypocritical.
Councillor Dillon, I'm
Hypocritical.
taking. If you two can't stop, we're going to have a break in the meeting. Councillor Moore, you are the next speaker.
Thank you. The clerk, I think one of the very first questions asked the clerk today was, will this improve voter turnout? And he said there's no evidence that shows that it'll improve voter turnout. I don't know how it improves democracy. Everybody has the right, if you're an eligible voter, to go out and vote, whether you made a campaign contribution to any candidate or not. You can vote. I don't know how it improves democracy. I don't know how it clearly there's no evidence to show that it supports voter turnout. I don't know why the property taxpayers should subsidize our campaigns. And so I'm not going to support this. It has nothing to do with not wanting to see change and, that it's going to level the playing field. It's not going to level any playing field. I don't think there's any evidence out there to show it's going to level the playing field. So, I think some of the comments around the table are unfair, to say the least. But, enough said. I wish I could call the question now.
Nope.
I can't.
No, you can't. And actually,
I did have a choice.
No, you did.
No, I can't
You missed your
because I've
chance. You
spoken.
missed it. Councillor Spovieri, you're back on the board.
Thank you,
You
Madam Mayor.
can't because he's already
So
spoken
very
on this issue. And I
quickly,
think it's your second
point of
time.
clarification. I just want to remind my colleague that we made an investment with the hockey and not give
Oh,
away.
Councillor Spovieri, please don't
Thank
go
you.
down that
Thanks.
road. Please don't, because you're going to have more speakers on the board for me. Okay, Councillor Medeiros, you're my last speaker. I think you're
Sir.
the third
No, it's
time.
my second
Second,
time.
okay.
Yeah, I tried not to intervene. I just asked one question. No, but I think one of the basis and the points of the report, and I guess of the rebate program, it's not so much about voter turnout. Certainly that would be a positive, but certainly it's about giving that little guy an opportunity to be part of the process. And what do I mean by that? If we go through our donation sheets, our financial statements, you'll see there's large organizations, be it developers, be it whatever you want. They hand over money like it's not an issue. They buy influence. Say what you want. They try to peddle that influence. And we as councillors, we take these big amounts. We don't hand hats around. We don't declare a lot of small amounts. And I think the idea, this helps try to have that individual who wants to be able to contribute, provide their contribution as well, on almost a same playing field as, as others. They can't contribute. So it gives that sort of individual who wants to give that contribution. I think that's the spirit around it. But it's not so much about, it's not a right or wrong, but it just seems that we deal with these issues differently in Brampton, where other municipalities have dealt with this. We are politicians, we are government. Part of it is after going out, candidates fundraise, and we've done some due diligence, and we appreciate, and I think council overwhelmingly doesn't want to support it, and I think that's fine. But I think the real spirit around it, in terms of rebates, is allowing that sort of individual who doesn't have that company, doesn't have that level of influence, to participate in the process as well. That's it. Thank you.
So, Mr. Fay, the motion I have in front of me, I believe we probably should just separate, because the council will receive the report. I assume there's no difficulty with that, but it's the second part that's contentious. Sure. Okay. Second and third part. Okay. So the first part, we don't need a recorded part. It's moved by myself and moved by seconded by Councillor Dillon, that we receive the report. All in favor? That's carried. And the second part is the recorded vote.
Recorded vote's been requested on recommendations 2 and 3 on the screen. All in favor, please stand to be counted. Showing in favor is Mayor Jeffrey, Councillor Dillon. All opposed, please stand to be counted. Showing opposed is Councillor Miles, Councillor Fortini, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Medeiros, Councillor Sprovieri, Councillor Paleshi, Councillor Willens, Councillor Moore, Councillor Gibson. Madam Mayor, the motion loses 2-9.
Okay. Okay, our next item is 8.3. This item was extracted by Councillor Moore. This is with regards to RCC Media CN Rail Bridge banners. Councillor Moore, did you want to speak to this?
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Actually, I just thought I would use this opportunity to, if you're going to go and negotiate and bring a further report, there is a railroad bridge, and I'm assuming it's a CN or it may not be, at Dufferin and Steeles. So I don't know whether it's York Region or the city of Vaughan, but it looks very similar to ours, but it's digital. And so the message can revolve, and they do advertising on it. So we pay a lot of money to put the banners on the two bridges, plus the cost of the banners. I'm not sure what that is. I know at one time it was $250,000. That may have been a side. So it could be $1 million a year. I don't know. But right now, if the cost does not change, or doesn't change significantly, in order to introduce a digital banner where the banners are today, and we have the opportunity to capture some revenue from that. So when you go to negotiate, I think, we need to look at those kinds of opportunities.
Through you, Madam Mayor. As part of our Downtown Reimagine project that we brought before Council last month, we indicated that the two bridges are really important as gateways to the downtown. We've shown how lighting can actually improve the whole atmosphere of the downtown. And of course, we're going to be examining the digital display as part of our Downtown Reimagine project.
Perfect. Because I think there's a lot of people, something like, if I recall correctly, 40 to 50,000 people a day travel on Main Street. That's a lot of folks who may not come into our downtown. They may drive on the weekends. They may drive through on the weekend and go, wow, I wonder what's going on. But it would give us an opportunity for community messaging, to let people know what's coming up in the downtown. Certainly the big screen TV does, but it faces sort of northeast. And so you may not see it unless you're stopped in traffic. But I think that you're going down the right road if we can look to maximize revenue opportunities, in particular with advertising. So thank you.
Would you like to move the motion?
Absolutely.
And I don't have a seconder yet. Councillor Medeiros will second it. I have no more speakers. All those in favor? That's carried. Our next item of business is item 8.4, staff report regarding an authority to modernize mandate, commence revised real estate acquisition, disposal, and leasing strategy. It's moved by Councillor Dillon, seconded by Councillor Bowman. Councillor Moore, you're still on the board. Did you? No? All those in favor? That's carried. Our next item is item 8.5, staff report regarding 2008 to 2020 budget process. Do any members have questions or comments of staff on the report? It's moved by Councillor Dillon, seconded by Councillor Willens. Seeing none, all those in favor? That's carried. Um, 8.6 was in camera. Was it? It was on consent, sorry. 8.7 is also part of consent. 8.8, 8.9. Okay, 8.10 is staff report regarding the budget amendment, here Ontario Light Rail Transit Project update, city infrastructure and capital costs, Ward 3 and Ward 4. And the report is moved by Councillor Willens and seconded by Councillor Bowman. And I believe we have some people in the audience from Metrolinx if we have questions as well. So, Councillor Gibson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Joe, you had you in my office this morning trying to explain this to me. And I'd like you to try to explain it a little bit better than what it's written here to council, as you did to me this morning. And also, second question I'd like to ask you is about the operation and maintenance costs and whether or not we've heard anything on the negotiations of what the cost is going to be to the city.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So there's two components of cost in this report. One is whereby the city is improving its own infrastructure because we found it to be deficient, and so we're getting ahead of it to fix it. And that mostly includes storm sewer lateral pipes that are underneath the road. Can't see them, but we put a TV camera, closed caption TV camera through them, and we found them to be deficient and in poor condition, so they have to be replaced. It also, the $3.15 million also includes some asphalt paving to complete a multi-use trail, and so that's one part of it. The other part is the fact that with the LRT now stopping on the south side of Steeles, to get passengers to the Gateway bus terminal, we're looking at a way to do that. Staff's position is that the more elegant solution is a tunnel. And so we've been discussing with Metrolinx the option of putting in a tunnel. And in fact, for us, it wasn't an option. It was basically the only solution. Metrolinx have come back and said that, well, as far as they're concerned, they can probably do it at less cost if it was an overhead structure. The overhead structure presents a number of problems. It probably is less expensive, but the amount of height that's required over Steeles Avenue, the fact that it would be exposed to different kinds of elements, and not quite as, in our opinion, it's not quite as elegant a solution as the tunnel. So we're insisting on a tunnel. In addition to that, there are hierarchy of stops. There are three types of hierarchy. There's the plain Jane stop, and one like that is proposed at Sir Lou. The stop at Ray Lawson is proposed to be a type 2 stop, which is enhanced over just a normal stop. And of course, the stop at the end is a type 3, which is also cost more money. So Metrolinx came back and said, well, look, we're looking to Brampton to pay $13 million for the enhanced stop at Ray Lawson, and if you want the tunnel, come up with $13 million. Our response in this report is that, okay, let's take a look at the project as a whole. Metrolinx have within their $1.4 billion budget, have allocated $1.4 million for enhancements within Brampton. And that means street furniture, public realm type things along the corridor. Our contention is that once the LRT is completed and the center median is removed and the plantings and the trees are out of there, they have to replace those. They're going to be replacing those more than likely to the outside the boulevard area. So there's really no room for any enhancements. So what we're saying in this report, take that $1.4 million that you allocated for Brampton and use it towards your $13 million ask. We're also saying in the report that we spent, well, there's a total spent of $15 million on the EA, the original EA. Of that, Mississauga contributed $11 million and City of Brampton contributed $4 million. And we're saying, look, we were told verbally that we were going to get that money back from Metrolinx. We don't have it. Right now it's a contentious, under debate issue. But take that $4 million and use that as a contribution. Metrolinx have gone. They've said that they've never rebated an EA yet, and they really don't want to start a precedent on it. So we're saying, look, as far as we're concerned, you owe us $4 million. Take the $1.4 million that you're going to do for enhancements and use that as a $5.4 million contribution towards the $13 million that you're looking for, as long as we get a tunnel. So that's kind of a lengthy verbal explanation. I don't know if everybody's followed the bouncing ball there, but that's what we're saying. The other $3.15 million, that's real Brampton money, but that's for our own infrastructure, to upgrade our own infrastructure and to complete pieces of our own infrastructure.
So originally, when we were sold this, we were told that the city would only originally have to pay for any type of upgrades that we wanted to put. From the track down under would be done by Metrolinx. And if anything had to be replaced that was already there, it would be replaced by Metrolinx, not the city of Brampton. That's the way we originally were sold this. So I think we all understood that what was going to be there, the tracks laid, everything above ground, if we wanted to upgrade any of that, we would have to pay for those costs. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's correct.
Okay, so now the way I read these numbers is that we're being asked to put $3.1 million, $3.1.5 million into the, from our general rate stabilization reserve into it, which some of that, because it says that part of it is for the upgrades, not all of it, some of it's existing city infrastructure. The report mentioned that 2 or 3 times, existing city infrastructure. And also, now we're saying, rather than get back the $4 million that we expected we were going to get back, we'll just add that into it. So really, to me, the cost is $7.15 million. Because we, in my estimation, should be getting back that $4 million. It shouldn't be just put in just because we have a disagreement with Metrolinx of whether or not an above-ground bridge, I guess you would call it, above Steeles, which likelihood the region, I don't know if you've had some discussion with the region, would never support that. It's a regional road. I highly doubt that on that corridor they would ever support that. It has to go underground, and I agree with staff on that. So that's the way I read this report. So again, back to my point, originally when I did not support this was because of the extra costs that I anticipated would come, and now they're just starting. And we haven't even got into the operation or maintenance yet. Have we had any discussions? How's that going? What's that going to mean to us at the end of the day?
Well, through you, Madam Mayor, if I could just first comment on the first part that Councillor Gibson mentioned there. I mean, because originally, in the original EA, the train was going to go right through to the train station in downtown. Now that it's stopping at Steeles, that is an enhanced station. So that station was never meant to be as enhanced as it is now. So there is some truth to the fact that the City of Brampton has asked, or staff have asked Metrolinx to upgrade it. We've also asked Metrolinx to stop it on the south side of Steeles for a number of reasons. For two main reasons. One, it will not restrict traffic on Steeles Avenue, because if it came across Steeles Avenue and just stopped there, that means the whole intersection gets, the east-west movement on Steele gets affected. This way, at least, it stops on the south side, and at least Steeles Avenue is free to move, just as it does today. So that's one big reason. And the other reason is, with the studies of the two other LRT routes going east and west along Steeles, if the train stops on the south side of Steeles, it doesn't preclude any options. So we've got it there. So we think we've got it stopping at the right place. It is, for all intents and purposes, going to be the last stop for a number of years before there's other funding by the province, and another consortium is brought in to continue the LRT, whichever route it takes. It's going to be there for a long time. So we think that enhancing the gateway stop is a good thing to do for the city of Brampton. So we as staff are recommending that council go ahead and support that. There is another solution, and that really is the bridge, and that's really the crux of this problem, this $13 million problem. Now, Councillor Gibson also mentioned the maintenance and operations agreement. We have not started that yet. And that's a big point. At this, we were never really given any assurances during any debate as to how the operations and maintenance is going to work, who's going to pay for what. Is it based on where ridership, where the origin is, what the destination is? How do you do the revenue sharing? All of that is a fairly complex matter, and none of that's been addressed at this point.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Medeiros. Oops. There.
Through you, Madam Mayor, thank you. Thank you, Joe. So essentially we have two options, is that correct? Is there no other option? So right now we're talking about a bridge, and we're talking about a tunnel.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's basically it. I mean, when you do value engineering, it's basically how do you get people from the middle of Hurontario Street to the northwest corner of Steeles and Hurontario, and how do you do that? So and we really don't think that putting them surface crossing is the right thing to do, because it is the end of the line. Theoretically, there could be up to 2,800 passengers an hour disembarking at that stop at peak times. So that doesn't appear to be an option, a safe option. So somehow we have to separate the pedestrians from the vehicles. And there's basically two ways of doing that with current 21st century technology, and that's either a tunnel or a bridge.
Through the chair, I guess back in 2015 with the motion that made it stop at Steeles, was there anywhere in the motion that said that a tunnel, did it say north or south of Steeles? Did staff have input into the motion?
Through you, Madam Mayor, first of all, the original stop was to be on the north side of Steeles, and the crossing was going to be strictly a surface crossing. Once the council passed their resolution to stop the LRT at Steeles, there was really no technical discussion of where it should really stop. Should it be, a block north of Steeles? Should it be right at Steeles? Should it go into the RioCan property? So all of that was done afterwards, realizing, of course, that it's the end of the line.
So, through the chair, through the mayor, so that decision which was made, that council made that decision, wasn't based on any technical studies. It was just a decision to put it at Steeles, and then staff have now had to address the implications of that decision, which we have now of what we're saying is a budget of 13 million, what the ask is based on going with the tunnel route. I guess another question I would have, did we have reassurances, be it back in 2015, if we made this decision to stop at Steeles or made any alteration to what the ETA was proposed, that, so for example, if we're building 1/3 a track, we would get 1/3 of the allocated budget, which was supposed to be, the original intent?
Through you, Madam Mayor, none of that was really discussed in any detail.
So through the chair, Metrolinx never once publicly, and I remember they were very clear on saying that if we make alterations to the plan, all bets are off. And that was my understanding. And I don't want to put Metrolink staff on the spot, but so essentially we're facing an issue that we have to be responsible for because it was a council decision. And I guess, and I'm not sure if we can invite Metrolinks to, can I ask questions, Madam Mayor?
Sure. I think so.
Okay, then.
Okay, wait a minute.
Sure.
So is council agreeable by 2/3 vote to invite Metrolinx to answer some questions? All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. And I guess it's more of the technical nature. So again, we're talking about the bridge and the tunnel. Can you speak to, I'm not an expert, can you speak to me about, I guess, the comparatives? So we have an understanding of a tunnel versus a bridge.
Sure.
Can I just ask you to introduce yourself?
Oh,
Sure. My name is Darshpreet Bedi. I'm the director for the Ontario project on behalf of Metrolinx.
Thank you.
Great. So if you can speak to maybe, why a bridge or why a tunnel? Is it merely financial or is there other technical aspects?
Sure. Through you, Madam Mayor. The project over the last year and a half, we've been working collaboratively with Joe and the team. And I would say before I get into the details of tunnel and a bridge, we have tried to accommodate a lot of different changes over time. They're not just tied to the original EPR. We have tried to strengthen where the EPR was weak, and we've also tried to address some of the aspirations from both Mississauga and Brampton. What it has done is it has challenged the budget. The 1.4 is the 1.4, and the budget has been committed by the province. As Joe mentioned, the stop was initially north of Steeles, which was recommended by the EPR. And in fact, when we did our own analysis, we also recommended that it remain at that location. It provided 2 crossings for pedestrians, both at the north end and the south end, by a simple crosswalk into the Shoppers World property. By moving it south, based on city staff recommendation, we recognize that a better connection needs to be provided. So we did studies to look at what are the alternatives. To Joe's point, there are really 2 options. Either you go underground or you do above. Steeles has major utilities that are running east-west for the region. So by going underground, we're not just going 1 floor, we're being forced to go almost 2 floors underneath, which is causing additional costs. So a comparator, I don't have all the final numbers, but you're looking at almost a delta of $20 million between the 2 items, whether it's a bridge or whether it's a tunnel. From our perspective, both are additional costs. What we're proposing and what we have done to date, and we've been clear with city staff, is that we're not precluding any options. Our contract documents, as they're being prepared today, take both options forward. If the proponents are willing to offer a tunnel option, we have no objection. If the proponents are willing to provide a bridge option, that's where we're saying the city needs to be flexible, because if something is effectively addressing the issue, which is connecting transit users from one LRT mode to a bus mode effectively, then why does it matter whether it's a tunnel or a bridge? I know some comments were made about technical reasons why a bridge may not be suitable. We have had multiple discussions with the region. As long as we can meet their technical requirements of vertical clearance, we're good to go. And we have actually shown to them that that's doable and it's a non-issue. Yes, design is subjective and everyone has a view on what's beautiful and what's not. We're making sure that our documents, procurement documents, ensure that the architectural, planning, aesthetic principles that Metrolinx holds near and dear to our projects is applied to that bridge as well. So it's not that you will just get a bridge just to serve the need of a connection. It will actually be an architectural and I would say an entrance feature which ties more to the Brampton Gateway feature. In terms of use of both utilities or both facilities, quite frankly, I've built bridges before. People look for the shortest path. So yes, there will be a lot of ridership over time, but people will still use crosswalks. Our job is to still provide them different modes. You know, if someone's comfortable using a grade separated facility, then so be it. We'll proceed with one. We're just asking that that flexibility be there. So if proponents can provide a good solution either way, then they should be considered for their merit rather than something that's more preferential.
And just through the mayor, and if you don't have the answer, that's fine. But that 13 million ballpark, that 13 million cost, is that you went through costs and that's roughly what we're...
So just a clarification through you, Madam Mayor, we never asked for a specific number. As I mentioned, the project has been challenged by a number of elements. So property has gone up. Property has gone up. Certain standards have been implemented now that were not envisioned at the EPR stage. The stops, the hierarchy that Joe mentioned, actually isn't applied on any other Metrolinx project. We implemented that on this particular project on behalf of City of Mississauga and Brampton because it was supported by their council. That has added costs. And then this whole notion of this becoming a terminal stop at Brampton Gateway has added more. So we never identified, I had those discussions directly, I never identified a number. What I said was, because the original memorandum of understanding clearly indicated that anything that is beyond the original EA scope would have to be considered by the municipalities, I was being reasonable and I said either the city would have to take on that additional scope or give us the flexibility to allow proponents to propose an alternative that still meets the objectives. So 13 million was something I believe staff identified themselves based on information I had given to them, but we never asked for that particular number. What I asked for was contribution towards all the improvements, which included, and I didn't chase everything, basically I was asking for property, stops, and the terminal. I believe 13 million was something that staff were comfortable with in terms of what they thought would have been their reasonable contributions toward the project, but we didn't identify that number. We identified contributions toward the additional incremental scope. And if city was not in a position to provide that, my position was then we have to be flexible to allow proponents to propose something that meets that objective, but is a more financially effective tool for us.
Okay, so through the mayor, so effectively, Metrolinx didn't say to the city, give it, you know, it's going to cost you 13 million.
No.
Okay.
That's a
you
fact.
basically gave them requirements, criteria, and city staff did the budgeting and said, you know, we need 13 million.
Yeah, I identified rough ranges of these overages. So I identified we have gone over so many properties compared to the original EPR, and we don't have all the estimates ourselves at this stage. So I identified a range, but that number came from city staff, not from Metrolinx.
And just through the mayor, when you talk about proponents, are you talking about folks, I guess if you put a call for proposals, they have the opportunity to propose?
Yes. So through you, Madam Mayor, we're right now have shortlisted 3 proponents who would bid on this project. We're just at the cusp of releasing the request for proposal documents at the end of this month. The next 10 months, they will be reviewing the document and preparing their own design based on all the different requirements we have set for them. We're asking this connection to be provided, and we're giving them some constraints. They may come up with a very good solution, whether it's a tunnel or a bridge, while managing the affordability threshold we will set for them. So our approved budget is the affordability. They have to provide us a product that's meeting all the objectives of this procurement document within that envelope. So, you know, they can propose, you know, we're looking at a two-floor tunnel. They may come up with a different solution where it's a 1.5 or even 1 floor, and they have some creative, innovative ways of dealing with the utilities that are on steel. So we don't know yet how they can address it, but we're requiring them that they do have to meet this objective of connecting transit users effectively between the 2 modes.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll start with Metrolinx since you're up here. Just to back on the giving the proponents the option to come up with maybe a cheaper alternative, not cheap, but less expensive. Is that going to be? Is there then going to be an opportunity for you to come back to staff to say this is what they're suggesting? And what do you think, or is it going to be, this is what they're suggesting, this is what you owe?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So city staff will be involved in the procurement process, and they will attend certain relevant meetings where a solution on this connection would be provided by all 3 different teams. We would be looking for whether they're compliant with the project procurement documents. So it won't be, if it is compliant with the document at that stage and it meets all the objectives, then it won't be a preference at that time. It will be, well, it meets all the objectives, so we will proceed with it at that stage. But if it's not compliant, then yes, we would take input from city staff as well as our own staff who would be looking and focusing just on that item by itself and conveying that back to the teams and saying you're not compliant because you haven't met X, Y, Z. Aesthetics is a part of it. We actually have a whole design excellence team that it's a division within Metrolinx. Their objective is always to ensure that the assets that are being built for Metrolinx have a presence, just not today, but into the future, that they aesthetically are pleasing. We show that we mean what we say when we are saying that we're delivering world-class systems.
Sure.
And they'll be looking at it too. So like I said, the objective isn't just to build a cheap bridge, but if it's effective, if it aesthetically is looking nice and it saves us dollars, then why should we not consider it? That's really the ultimate goal here.
Okay. And then who would, if let's say we went to the bridge or a tunnel, who would own that asset after everything was said and done?
So right now, because we, as Joe mentioned, because we haven't really finalized or even started a lot of discussion on O&M, it would have to be addressed through that process to see who's actually operating that. So we would obviously be contributing capital funds towards that infrastructure, but the long-term maintenance of it would have to fall, I would say, would have to fall somewhere between a cost share between us and the cities, or city taking over, or Metrolinx taking over. But I don't know that yet. Because the infrastructure falls partially on the Shoppers World bus terminal and on the LRT. So we would have to delineate who manages what on both sides of it.
Okay. My last question for you is, you mentioned that the increase in property value, Metrolinx didn't contemplate the fact that there was going to be an increase in property value from the time you started this to up until now?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm sorry if I misled you. It's not the property value, it's the number of properties. So the environmental assessment that was done by the city actually had identified a number of properties that needed to be purchased or acquired to accommodate the project. As we have been modifying the project, including all the different needs and aspirations of the cities, the number of properties have gone significantly above. It was roughly, I'm going by memory, so please forgive me if my numbers are off, but they were roughly 160 or 164 in the environmental assessment. We're over 220 at this stage. Many of the properties, it's not necessarily the cost of the sliver. It could be potentially the injurious claims that are tied to it. So the quantum and the risk that Metrolinx is taking for these additional properties is now built into that original budget that never accounted for these additional properties. So I was just giving an example that, the original budget was an X million dollars, and now it's Y. So we're already trying to accommodate as much as we can, and we have done our best to include as many of these changes without really asking the cities. These are few fundamental items where the differential is pretty substantial, and as I mentioned, the original MOU was pretty clear that if it is outside the scope of the original EA, cities would be responsible, and we feel that this is one component where if city wants certainty on a tunnel, then we would need contributions from the city to support that. Otherwise, both options are still valid and included in the procurement documents, and we're leaving it up to the proponents to show how they can deliver that.
Okay, my next question is for kind of you and staff, unless you don't want to answer it, then I'll ask staff. So around 164 properties, give or take, was in the EA process from the entirety of the downtown to the Mississauga-Brampton border.
No, sorry, that was, my apologies for interrupting. It was for the entire project. So the 164 wasn't just tied to Brampton, it was the entire project.
Including Mississauga?
Including Mississauga, yes. For Brampton, the share would have been, I believe Brampton had like 47, and now we're up to probably 70-ish.
So in the beginning, the EA led you to believe that there was 47 in Brampton, and now you guys have dug deeper into it and actually found out that there's 70 in Brampton.
Something I'm giving you by memory, but it was roughly in that
yeah,
range.
I'm not holding you to the numbers.
Yeah.
And that's for that 47 from the EA was the downtown to Mississauga-Brampton border?
I will have to confirm that. I don't know.
Okay.
My apologies. I don't know that.
Okay, I'll switch over to the staff now. Same question. Do you know anything about the EA with 47?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So, and I mentioned earlier that when the LRT comes up the middle of Hurontario Street, the median is going to be knocked out. So we have mature trees. I come up that way, I don't know, 3-4 times a week, and I think I've counted up to 53 trees in the middle, plus the planters and the flowers, and it's a very mature median, and it's a nice feature as you drive into Brampton. We actually do Christmas lights there. I mean, it's really a gateway to the city. All of that's going to get removed. So we're looking at opportunities to restore that planting, at least on the sides, and create a gateway, not in the middle, but at least on the sides, so that it's a nice feature as you drive into Brampton. That has necessitated us to take a look at additional widening strips, and we're not talking about a lot of realty here. Sometimes it's a meter wide strip here and there to plant trees and shrubs. So that's the kind of thing that we're looking at. We're actually working with Metrolinx to make sure that there is no injurious affection. Areas where it's going to affect coverage or parking for a strip mall or anything like that, we're trying to stay away from that. We've actually talked about provincially owned property, that instead of actually buying the property from the province, that the plantings be put there, because it still just looks like part of the public realm. So those kinds of things. So we're working with Metrolinx on that.
Okay, well, that's good. That's good. Last question I had for staff, just in terms of bridges and tunnels, Heart Lake has a lot of tunnels, pedestrian tunnels underneath the roads, and we have issues with the pedestrian tunnel over in Mount Pleasant. It either smells like pot or it smells like urine. I'm not a big fan of tunnels. I like bridges. There's a lot of bridges that I've seen in different cities and around the world, and I wouldn't be opposed to a nice feature like that. So I don't know what any other councillors' comments are on that, but I just wanted to lay mine out. And it's accessible, right? There'd be.
Yes, it would have. Through you, Madam Mayor, it would have elevators and stairs. We cannot provide escalators, just the name of it, but it would definitely be AODA compliant.
Yeah.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I just
You don't like bridges, Joe.
I just want to say this, that and a little bit contrarian to what my good friend Darsh Preet here said. It just seems that and I don't want to throw the Region Appeal under the bus here either, but it seems that I'm getting a different answer depending on who I talk to there. So I put in a call to Jeanette Smith, the commissioner, to find out exactly what their position is on this bridge. The last I heard, if it's a 7-meter bridge, 7 meters up in the air, which is pretty substantial, never mind going 2 stories below ground, this thing's going 3 stories above ground. So is that really a nice looking feature? And so, and I just want to point one more thing out. In this report, and Darshpreet put it just as long as everybody understands this, if the scope allows, if the Metrolinx scope allows flexibility between a tunnel and a bridge, then staff recommendation then it will change, because then we're going to say we don't want to contribute the $4 million for the EA. That's only conditional upon the tunnel going in, on the tunnel option. If council says no, we'll give Metrolinx the flexibility, then I think we should. I would recommend that council proceed to pursue the $4 million from Metrolinx for the EA study.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Moore.
Thank you. It's hard to believe that it's a $1.4 billion project and we're scrapping over scraps, really, in the context of the whole project. Councillor Paletti just added a bit of humor. I guess what I'm hearing is you want to build a bridge and get over it. Sorry. Could apply to a lot. I got a few questions. You mentioned that you're trying to be flexible and that you've made some changes trying to stay within the confines of the budget. But what are the added costs to Mississauga versus what we're scrapping over here?
So through you, Madam Mayor, the approach with Mississauga was the same. Anything that is truly outside the scope of the original EPR, we asked them that they contribute towards that. I'm not sure if you have seen
How
there.
much?
So right now, City of Mississauga, I don't recall the numbers, is something in the range of, I think they got $36 million approved from their council. I don't have the exact numbers, but they went through their council last week, to the committee and council this week, so.
So the tunnel that we read about in the press going from the end of the Metrolinx approved project into Port Credit, how much is that costing and who's paying for it?
So the city is contributing towards that particular design.
No, I didn't ask who's contributing.
Yes.
What is the value of it, and how much is it,
So
how much is it costing?
Given that we're in the middle of a procurement, I cannot divulge the numbers of the exact cost.
So Metrolinx is paying for part of the tunnel?
Yes, we are, yes.
Okay. So I guess if you're paying for part of the tunnel in Mississauga, then you can pay for part of the tunnel in Brampton.
The difference is that's not a tunnel, it's an underground stop. So there's no tunnel there. The stop is itself underground in its entirety. Here, this is a connection between an LRT stop and a bus terminal.
Okay, but that is what works in Mississauga at Port Credit. What our staff are saying is what works here is a tunnel from the point identified in here to provide for safe pedestrian movement from the LRT to the Gateway Terminal. And I really do, and I'm not shooting the messenger, but it's really kind of offensive that Metrolinx will be kicking in a lot of money for that underground stop in Port Credit, regardless of how much money Mississauga have agreed to put into that. That's their decision to make. But I don't feel that Brampton's getting that same consideration.
So through you, Madam Mayor, just an opinion, that design actually was a recommended design based on our work, whereas with Brampton, our recommendation was different. We modified it to accommodate city's request to move it south of Steele. So I feel there's a distinction because we're recommending that stop design in Mississauga because that is the technically viable solution for that stop. Here we actually had a viable solution north of Steele's, and we were asked to move it back, which we have. And now the domino effect of that is, okay, now we have moved it, now there needs to be a connection. And we're not negating that there's no need for a connection, we're just saying that both bridge and a tunnel can suffice for that need. There's no reason for it to be a tunnel only and bridge to be excluded. Whereas the Port Credit stop is our technically recommended design to the city. It wasn't a city request to say bury it, we had to bury it for technical reasons. And yet the city is still contributing towards that design solution.
Well, I can appreciate that you can't share it with us, but I don't know whether it's 10% of the cost or 5% or 50%. So, the 36 million really doesn't help me, and I don't know how the 36 million breaks down, whether that, includes things like, or in our report where they've had to upgrade some of the civic infrastructure as well. I just want to follow up a little bit on what Councillor Paleshi has said. He asked who's going to own it. You said you don't know, so you're asking us to contribute what could be a significant amount of money for something that we don't own, and we don't know what our ongoing maintenance and operation of those facilities are, just to be clear.
No, that's a fair comment, and we had a meeting on June 16th where our CCO and CAO met with Joe and Janice Baker from the City of Mississauga, and we requested that give us a little bit more time. We're still having dialogue with the ministry, and we want to make sure that we have a proposal that we can present to both cities at the same time. So I recognize your point. We do need a little bit of time.
And really it's been my point since the beginning of all of this that in the absence of having the operating agreements in place, it was really premature and unfair to ask councils to make a decision when there's a whole lot of unknowns around what the ongoing impact is going to be to the taxpayers in the city of Brampton, whether that's capital investment or whether that's the ongoing in perpetuity maintenance and operation piece of it. What we haven't talked about a lot today is around the $4 million reimbursement. And I think it would mean a lot to this municipality if Metrolinx would simply acknowledge a verbal agreement to reimburse us for that. And instead, we kind of leave it out there. We're using it as a bargaining tool, but really and honestly, for it to be a bona fide bargaining tool, Metrolinx needs to acknowledge right up front that there was an agreement, verbal or not, to reimburse the City of Brampton for that $4 million.
Through you, Madam
It
Mayor.
is something that we had anticipated. It was part of the conversation and the dialogue around this table. And I think that Metrolinx needs to make that right.
So I personally don't have the luxury of confirming that, but our CCO and CAO committed at the last meeting that they would have further dialogue with the ministry to see what can be done. And that was a commitment made by them, and I know they have met since then. But it is something that the ministry would have to consider because this is a decision to be made by the ministry and not Metrolinx by itself.
Well, the only message I want you to take back today is that Brampton is looking to be treated fairly, equitably, and responsibly in the context of our local taxpayers.
Understood.
And I think that's what every one of us around the table is, was elected to do and wants to make sure that we are, in all aspects, being treated as other municipalities are. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon.
Thank you. Thanks for coming. Just to clarify, $13 million has been identified by Metrolinx by the city as an additional cost.
To you, Madam Mayor. So I identified to city staff what we believe were scopes that were beyond the original environmental assessment.
So because we stopped at Steele's, it's an additional 13 million, is that correct? Is what we're looking at. We're trying to get 1.3 back for the improvements and the 4.1 for the EA to cut that 13 million down.
Through you, Madam Mayor, there's partially it's stopping south of Steeles and partially it's the upgrade of the Ray Lawson stop.
So just yes or no, because we stopped it at Steele's, we're facing an additional $13 million cost, pretty much.
A large part of that 13 million is because it stopped south of Steeles.
Okay, so thanks for clarifying that. So 1.3, we're asking for the improvements that were, I guess, in the original agreement for plantation or whatever it's called, plants, et cetera, and all that?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Metrolinx within their program, within that $1.4 billion package that they've got, 1.4 million, approximately 1.4 million was allocated to Brampton for urban design features.
Right. So the 4.1 million is an additional to the 13 million that this council decided to have an EA done to go down Kennedy and McLaughlin. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the council approved a $4 million expenditure to study the two routes along Steeles, going east-west and going up McLaughlin Road and going up Kennedy Road.
So there's potential that Metrolinx could not approve the money we're asking for, the 5.4. So we could be looking at a 13 plus 4 as a $17 million additional cost up to this point by stopping it at Steeles, approximately.
Through you, Madam Mayor, first of all, we're not recommending that City Council pay $13 million.
Potentially we could.
Potentially, this council could say we're not paying anything.
Right.
But
so we're saying it's 13 million because it's a requirement now. We could say we don't want anything, that's right. But because we stopped it at Steeles, there's $13 million in changes or improvements because we stopped it at, or this council stopped it at Steeles, we've deemed that are necessary.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the 13 million is it's kind of a funny number. It happens to be like the cost estimate for the tunnel and the cost estimate for the bridge, even though they were never really fully, how would I put it, didn't come to a mature area where they're concrete. But the numbers batted around. It seemed like the difference between the two options was around $13 million. That's why Brampton said, okay, between the bridge and the tunnel is $13 million. If council says, hey, look, you know, we don't want to spend a dime on this thing, then that 13 million basically comes off the table. Like, if we don't care about the tunnel, then and we're not spending a thing.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But what I'm trying to do is, like, just a common person at home, just trying to, I guess, simplify it for them. We've deemed that because we stopped it at Steele's, there's 13 million in improvements that we must or should take, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, and one thing I forgot to mention, and it came to my attention, and I wasn't here at the time, but when the city of Brampton did improvements to Hurontario Street, they actually buried the hydro line in that area, so that there's no aerial distraction. So we actually invested money to have a clear view. So that's another reason why we're not really supporting the bridge option, because that now puts something back in the air where there wasn't anything. So this whole thing about bridge versus tunnel, that's our recommendation. That's a staff recommendation to council.
No, I totally get that, but the city or staff has made a determination that there's 13 million in improvements. I'm just trying to
That's correct.
There's 13 million, and
Yes.
so we potentially could be paying 13 million.
Our recommendation is have the 1.4 million that we never really had, but it was determined that they were going to use it for public realm. This is their own money.
Yeah.
Put that towards the 13 million, and then take the money that they promised verbally to us, take that money, put it towards the 13 million, and don't pay anything else.
I get that. But what I'm saying, though, is potentially we could pay 13 million if we don't get, or is it we're only paying, you know, we've only come to the 13 million conclusion if we get that 5.4 million. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So if we don't get the 4.1 and the 1.3, the additional cost, whatever 13 minus 5.4 is, we'll probably pay that, or no?
We as staff are not recommending that we pay that.
It's confusing me, man.
Madam Mayor, and I had a discussion with Councillor Gibson this morning, and it's a fairly complex matter. And the city of Mississauga, their combined contribution, because of the enhanced stops, and they have a lot of them, their contribution came to $26.5 million. So the city of Mississauga, what they did, they already had a war chest of $25 million when they when they established their office for the LRT. So they've got $25 million in the kitty, and then they asked for an additional $1.5 million to make up that $26.5, and they're going to basically fund what Metrolinx agreed to. So their ask was for $26.5. They're paying all of it. And then they're going to make their best efforts to get their $11 million for the EA study. What we're saying is our ask, and Metrolinx have kind of agreed to it, that we should have some skin in the game at Gateway. Their ask, and they've agreed to the ask, even though we've kind of mutually came up with this number, is 13 million. We said, okay, we get the 13 million, but you know what? You owe us. And we're willing to give up the 1.4 million that you had for public realm. And you know what? That $4 million that we've spent on the EA, throw that in there, and that's all we're prepared to give you at this time. And let the cards fall where they may. That's really what we're saying.
So essentially there's two scenarios, though. We either get the 5.4 or we don't get the 5.4. Is that correct? Generally speaking.
Well, Metrolinx can turn around and say, look, you know what? You're not going to get the EA $4 million. You're not going to get it. But you know what? We're going to use that 1.4 million of public realm money towards your tunnel. And you know what? You're going to get your tunnel. They could actually do that.
At the end of the day, like I said, we could get some money back. Instead of saying 5.4, we could get some back. We might not get any back. What are the costs to us then with those scenarios? Getting money and not getting money. If you could just simply explain that. What's the cost, potential cost to the city?
To you, Madam Mayor, let me make it perfectly clear. We're not getting any money back. I mean,
we're getting money from LRT. I'm sorry, from Metrolinx.
We're not getting any money from Metrolinx. They're providing construction. They're going to construct an LRT. There's no money coming back to the city.
But we're asking for 4.1 for the EA, though.
We're looking for $4 million for the EA.
Credit.
And we're saying, look, we understand there's a tunnel. We understand it's on the south side. You know what? You owe us $4 million. That's our skin in the game. So put that towards the tunnel.
So one final question. What are the potential costs to the city? Are there any?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think we just went around this in a circle. I'm not really sure where I'm going with this, so.
Because we're negotiating still, correct or no?
Well, for us, it was hope to get a council resolution, and there's no negotiation after that. Our recommendation is use their $1.4 million money for public realm. Use the $4 million that's kind of up in the air right now. So let's say it's not in the air, and that's our council resolution. That's what we're proposing. We're hoping council will support us in that, saying, here's the money that's going towards that. That's us. So it really didn't cost us anything at this point, because we really didn't have that money at this point.
Last question. So the 1.4 that the city's requesting, and maybe you can answer this, Dr. Pete, as well. So they're asking for the improvements, the 1.4 that was promised to the city in the original agreement, correct or no?
So the PRA, the public realm amount, which was identified in the original budget, was, yes, I don't know the exact numbers, but it was 1.4 something.
And so is that money already in the 4.1 as well? Because getting kind of confusing, the 4.1 and the 1.3, have those, we want to cut the $13 million cost down with those?
Through you, Madam Mayor, what we're saying is we're willing to contribute something towards that $13 million, something. And it's money that we really don't have. It's for public realm, as Darshpreet has just said. So it's for public realm, but we really don't have any room to put more public realm because we're going to be enhancing the plantings from the median that's going to the sides. So if we can't use that money, if it can't be spent in Brampton, then let's take that 1 point that's been allocated more or less for our section of the LRT and throw it in towards the tunnel.
But that's something that Metrolinx still has to decide if they can do that.
Oh, sure. Yes.
And the 4.0 million, 4.1 or whatever it is million, that's up to Metrolinx to decide still if they're going to give that or take that off the 13 million.
Through you, Madam Mayor, as I mentioned, that's a discussion between Metrolinx and the Ministry of Transportation. The funding of the original EA is not something that's within our control. We would have to have the ministry's blessings.
So that's what I'm saying. It's not, we don't actually have that money. That's to be determined still.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I guess in a nutshell that's true, but we need a concrete council resolution that we can go back and negotiate with Darshpreet and others so that we have a firm council position when we continue our negotiations.
But that's what I'm saying then. The money's not confirmed to come to us yet for the reasons that we wanted to. So, and again, so if we don't have those funds coming to us, we're saying we want council to, give staff the opportunity to negotiate with them.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's right, but those funds are basically in their control. So
exactly. So if they're in their control, what I'm saying is, though, is if they deny those funds to the city, what are the potential costs to the city additional to that?
So I'm going to leap in here and just try and put you out of your misery, Joe. I don't know that we're going to get enough answers today. At this point, this is a landing point that staff have recommended. They would definitely come back after conversations with Metrolinx and negotiations. And Harry, do you want to jump in?
Through you, Mayor, I don't think it's appropriate we're negotiating with Metrolinx standing here. I don't think this is appropriate to staff. I think, bringing Metrolinx up to the table maybe it was a good idea for some clarity, but to sit here and negotiation back and forth.
No, and I'm not negotiating either.
Our staff have recommended that we need a position to negotiate with Metrolinx, not ongoing through this session.
What I'm
So,
trying to do is get
because
it.
we need a strong stand from this council to make sure we protect ourselves. We feel the best advice is the tunnel. We've been talking about this for a while. And we did a strong position on council. So I appreciate that council wanted some clarity for Metrolinx, but I don't think they should be in the midst of this discussion right now.
Okay, Councillor Dillon, do you have any more questions?
No, can I just, I'll just wrap up. And so my purpose was not to negotiate. I don't think I did any negotiating. I just wanted to know if that funding was not provided to the city, if there's any costs. And I guess that's something I was hoping that you guys could give a little bit of input on what the possibilities could be for that. So a random number, approximate, I don't know.
Okay, so in a nutshell, through you, Madam Mayor, if that virtual money doesn't appear,
yeah,
then staff position is build the tunnel anyway. I mean, that's really what we're looking for. So we're saying.
At whose cost?
At their cost.
At their cost.
At their cost.
Yeah, but that's to be determined by them if
So
they'll.
you got your answer.
So no, but just,
You got
I
your
think that's a fair.
Councillor,
So
you
that'll
got
be
your
determined
answer.
by you then, right,
Councillor,
Metrolinx?
please.
Okay.
We're not going to have any more, you got
Thank
your
you.
answer. I'm going to go to my speakers. Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, through Madam Mayor. I guess to staff, there's no, and I guess when it comes to, we don't have any confirmation that any of that money that was earmarked for us has gone to other LRT projects. So, and I guess that's an unfair question. You wouldn't know that as well.
Through you, Madam Mayor, as soon as the LRT stopped short of downtown, I believe the extra $200 million, it went into general revenue, into the province's general revenue. And when you talk about, what's Brampton's money, Mississauga, it was never laid out that way. It was always looked at as a package for the project, regardless of municipal border.
Yeah, and through the mayor, that was my understanding as well. There was no Brampton portion or this portion. This was the cost of the project. We say no, and there's no guarantee that the money's there available. So it's not our money per se, as much as we say it. I guess just lastly, my last question to Metrolinx staff. So we're going through procurement. When is this? Say that everything goes, be it bridge, tunnel. We bring someone on board, negotiation with the city. When do you think that this would actually start?
So through you, Madam Mayor, the construction will start either late 2018 or early 2019, depending on how long our procurement is. We're aiming for 10 months. If there's for any reasons we have to prolong that, we can push construction into early 2019. But the actual building of the bridge or the tunnel, I suspect is more, I'm taking a guess here, but about, I would say 2020 or 2021 is when you would actually see that type of construction happening.
Oh, okay. So tunnel or bridge.
The initial phase would be design. So if they come on board fall of 2018, 6 to 7 months is a design period. Then they would start with areas where they have the most complex utilities. So they would be starting south end near Port Credit, Cooksville, at the yard itself, which is by 407, and potentially by Steeles. But the actual construction of tunnel and bridges could be a year and a half after they start the original utility relocation work.
Now, through the mayor, just lastly, and I'm not sure, but when we're talking about that time period, it's going to be a new council. Alterations, I guess, once you put it a call for proposal, then you're committed to that contract. But a new council coming in, whatever decision they make, they can alterate whatever plan they want. If they'd have to negotiate again with Metrolinx.
So through you, Madam Mayor, any changes after the financial deal has been established with a consortium would be considered variation or a change order from unit. So council can request Metrolinx to do certain things, but that would be a change order that we would have to negotiate on behalf of Brampton, and the funding and costing of that would have to come from the municipalities.
Now, through the mayor, so when we do the procurement, is there any clause or language that we can put in that allows for that flexibility on recognizing that there will be a new council term, be it Mississauga, Brampton?
Through you, Madam Mayor, typically procurement documents don't identify political changes that may be there, whether provincially or municipally, but that variation process is clearly outlined, so anyone can at any time identify a change. The consortium at that time will identify what is the cost of it, and they will look at how far have they gone into the project for them to introduce this. So obviously, if they've gone too far into one design solution and we all of a sudden ask them to change it, the cost of that change will be much higher than if you were to introduce that change earlier in the project.
Okay, and just lastly through the mayor, I guess the comment would be with the provincial election as well too, that could bring out some different decisions as well. Okay, thank you for your time. Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Miles.
I'll move receipt of the delegation. Thank you very much. Mr. Patushka, thank you for the report. It was really clear. Exactly what you were saying. I think it's quite clear that you're looking out for the best. Sorry, sir, we moved receipt of your delegation,
Yes,
so you can sit. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's pretty clear. I think that you are looking after the best interest of the municipality. Some commitments have been made by Metrolinx. You are recognizing those commitments and outlining to council that we want that there are certain commitments that the municipality have to pay, which is the infrastructure, and asking us for that commitment today. So I think through reading the report, members of council could have taken the opportunity to call you, as Councillor Gibson did, and speak to you about this. So I'm happy to move the recommendations in the report.
Thank you. I have, Councillor Miles has moved receipt of the delegation. I don't have a secondary. Councillor Medeiros, you want to do that? Okay. All those in favor of receipt of the delegation? That's carried. And I have a motion moved by Councillor Wellens, seconded by Councillor Bowman, and this is the recommendation 8.10, the 4 recommendations of staff. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much for being here. That's a good question. We are now at item 10. This is committee reports or minutes. We have 4 sets of minutes today. Under council's meeting procedure, the committee or section chair introduces their committee report or minutes, summarizes the matters considered that are now being brought forward to council today for ratification. Councillor Moore, you chaired Planning and Development Committee, which met on June 19th. Committee recommendations were approved at the June 21st council meeting, and you provided an overview of the meeting that at that time. The minutes are here for receipt only. There's no need for an additional summary at this meeting. Okay? All those in favor? That's carried. Councillor Wellens, you chaired the Citizen Appointments Committee, which met on June 19th. I now pass the chair to you to lead council in the consideration of those committee minutes.
The report, Madam Mayor, so I'll pass it back to you for ratification.
Okay. It's moved by Councillor Wellens, seconded by Councillor Dillon, that the minutes be received and the recommendations be approved. All those in favor?
In camera after.
I'm sorry, all of those?
Wait, she's got a question.
Okay. Councillor Moore, you have a question about the...
I do, actually, Madam Mayor,
Special
because we
citizen
have an
appointments.
in-camera item on the citizen appointments. Before we approve these, should we not
Mr. Fay?
deal with the in-camera?
So through you, Mayor Jeffrey, 10.2 and 10.4 are minutes from the Citizen Appointments Committee, public minutes, and there are corresponding closed session minutes on your closed session agenda, 21.1 and 21.3, I believe. And those would be considered in closed session, and there may be a motion arising from closed session that would be considered in public at the end of the meeting.
But, okay, so my question is, how does the in-camera items relate to these? Should we not deal with them first before we come out and approve these?
Through you, Madam Mayor, no.
No? Okay.
This is just strictly
Okay.
procedural minutes, because there was very little discussion at those 2 Citizen Appointment Committee meetings in public session.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
So, it's moved by Councillor Wellens, seconded by Councillor Dillon, that the minutes be received and the recommendations be approved. All those in favor? That's carried. Chair, Councillor Wellens, you're the council representative on the Brampton Heritage Board, which met on June 20th. I now pass the chair to you, lead council, in the consideration of the committee minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There was a presentation or a report that was kind of interesting at the Heritage Board. It was about the old Monkman farm in Ward 6 that Paradise Homes has incorporated into their subdivision. Other than that, it was just a regular Heritage Board meeting, and I'll pass it back to you.
Thank you. I have a motion moved by Councillor Wellens, seconded by Councillor Dillon, that the minutes be received and the recommendations be approved. All those in favor? That's carried. Councillor Willens, you were busy.
I was.
You chaired Citizen Appointments Committee, which met on June 28th. I now pass the chair to you to lead council in consideration of those committee minutes.
I'll pass it back to you for ratification.
Okay. I have a motion moved by Councillor Willens, seconded by Councillor Fortini, that the minutes of the Special Citizen Appointments Committee meeting of June 28th be received and the recommendations be approved. All those in favor? That's carried. Our next item is item 11.1, a staff report regarding the long-term financial master plan. This item was referred to this meeting from the Committee of Council meeting on June 14th to ensure all members of Council could be in attendance to consider this item. Do any members have questions or comments on the staff report? A recorded vote. Can I ask some questions since I wasn't here? 11.1. So can I ask, who can I ask questions of?
Yes.
Joe, okay, thanks, Joe. And I apologize I didn't ask them sooner, but just been crazy. I wondered if in the long-term master plan, when we speak to the key directions, one of the directions is with regards to considering debt for major long-term assets. Is there going to be a strategy going forward for us to approach the region? Will that be part of our long-term master plan in order to discuss some of the items that we've been talking about, and certainly we as a council have been talking about in the future? Will that be part of the long-term master plan that comes back?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the short answer is absolutely yes. The long-term financial master plan is purely a framework and a strategic approach to us, gives us a greater number of tools and flexibilities to come up with options on how we're going to finance, how we do business, how we grow, how we evolve. And that would be one tool to allow us to do that, which includes connecting and collaborating with the region.
Okay. The other question I had was with regards to the new rules. I think it's Bill 68 the province has with where we're going to invest. Is that going to be something you bring back to council as, with a strategy as well?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that is something we can come back with. There are some recent updates in terms of the impacts from Bill C-68 that allow us, that it would be important for us to come back and provide that update to you.
The only other thing that's in here that you speak to is there's going to be probably some fairly lively debate at AMO this summer with regards to revenues available to municipalities. The large urban mayors may have a position in the next 2 weeks. AMO has a different position, so I think that it might be something that we as a city want to be aware of, because as we attend the AMO conference, we're going to have to be we're going to have a joint position ideally in order to be strong as a city. The challenge is whether we have the same position as the region. So large urban mayors, about 27 large urban cities, may have a joint position that is different from AMO. So I'm just giving you a heads up that there is some policy work that's going on, and at this point I can't tell you what it's going to be because it's still in flux with the large urban mayors. So some of that may color what we do as a city, so it may affect what our language is with regards to sustainability. I think those are my major questions. Okay, thank you. So a recorded vote has been asked for, I believe, on this item. Do you want to use the screens, or do you want us to stand up? Can we use the screens? We haven't done that yet. Councillor Miles, sorry.
Sorry. So in regards to the long-term financial master plan, have we contemplated in the long-term financial master plan the use of levies as we had in the past with the hospital? If the municipality was being required to pay for a service that was typically provided through another level of government, like the levy, is that something that we would contemplate in the future? And does it say so in the overall plan?
Through you, Madam Mayor, and Mark, feel free to enhance what I'm willing to offer. As I stated, it is a framework and an opportunity, and that would be one tool available to us to present to council as an option on how to fund various projects. It would be then up to council to dictate and direct us on the most viable option they feel most comfortable with. But that would allow us, in terms of a levy, to say, here is an option of having a levy, here's what the impacts would be, and then we would take direction. It wouldn't be the only option, but we would present a multitude of options for council's consideration.
Okay. So the other question I have is in regards to a policy, and I'm not sure how my colleagues feel about this, but I believe that we should only be using debt when it comes to providing essential services I believe that we should be paying for essential services through the tax base. However, when there are special projects that come forward that council believe are enhancing the overall community, like potential around the Powerade Center and those kind of special projects, that is when we should be or could be looking towards debt in order to fund them. And I just was wondering, as a policy, a general policy, is that considered in the long-range financial master plan?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that is correct. It is part of the flexibility that's built into the long-term financial master plan to be able to allow us to do that.
Okay, so you're saying it's built in. Where I'm having a problem with this is I want to ensure that it's there so that we're not making ad hoc kind of decisions on specific projects. Like if it should be paid from the tax base, it should be paid from the tax base. But if there are more high-level quality of life things that we feel is in the best interest of the municipality, I think that is where the use of debt is appropriate. So I want to make sure that we kind of, when we're looking at projects for the future, that we take a look at that, and I think the university may be one of those kinds of projects where I would think use of debt is probably a good viable option because of the economic growth that's going to come with that, rather than, let's say, a recreation center or what have you. Okay, so that's good. The legacy fund. It says in here that the legacy fund be considered as a source of funding for major projects with significant community impact. Well, that's always been there as a potential, but what I want to know is that council would be, that would be something that in each and every case, it would come back to council, and council would make that determination based on the merits of the project.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that is absolutely correct, Councillor Miles. That would be the case.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much for answering those questions, and I'm happy to support the report.
Just want to say I'm encouraged by some of the things in here. For example, promoting economic growth and trying to the city working towards increasing the non-residential assessment to non-residential assessment share to expand the assessment base. So just one of the things I found encouraging, and I'm looking forward to, really working on some of these recommendations. So thanks a lot.
Okay, I have no more speakers, and the recorded vote has been requested.
All in favor of the staff recommendations as moved, showing in favor is Councillor Gibson, Councillor Moore, Councillor Willens, Councillor Paleshi, Councillor Sprovieri, Councillor Dillon, Mayor Jeffrey, Councillor Medeiros, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Fortini, Councillor Miles. Madam Mayor, the report carries unanimously 11-0.
Okay. Our next item is 11.2, staff report regarding the authority to enter in a municipal servicing agreement with Atlas Healthcare Brampton Limited for construction of a municipal road at 241 Queen Street East, Ward 3. Item was deferred to this meeting from the council meeting on June 21st as the report was not finalized in time for the meeting. Do any members have any questions or comments on the staff report? Seeing none, all those in favor, I got a mover by Councillor Bowman and seconded by Councillor Willens. All in favor? That's carried. Okay, we have still some items left on the other new business. The first being the Francesini Bridge, housekeeping. I tell a lie, I'm going in the wrong order. There's still the OPR item that Councillor Medeiros, so the 16.3 is Councillor Medeiros. You had a question about the OPR.
Through the mayor, just regarding the investigation, so I know the process is we provided, I guess the clerk sent over the resolution or asked for the investigation, and is there a time limit in which they come back to us, or is it just?
Through you, we sent out the request to the Peel Regional Police, and in closed, I'll provide you a bit of an update on it.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay. We don't need to move anything on that? Okay. Our next item is 16.5, which I believe is the Francesini Pit. Bridge, sorry. Councillor Moore, you added this item? I believe it's just a housekeeping item, is it not? Or is there more? Okay, I don't have the motion yet.
Okay. And I just want to say staff are being polite. It says it's been in consultation and negotiations for several years, 11 to be exact. It's taken a very long time. We even used the opportunity to speak at AMO last year with the minister. So it took a year, but hopefully this is the home stretch and we can start working on the design that was done several years ago. Thank you.
So maybe we can go to AMO and say thank you, if we have a deal. It's moved by Councillor Moore, seconded by Councillor Gibson, that the report be received and the bylaw be enacted. All those in favor? That's carried. The next item is 16.6. This is a parking issue. Canada Day. Councillor Fortini, this is your item, I believe.
A little concerned on these events when it comes to the parking on the streets. So the fireworks are over about 10:30, 10:35. Until 2 o'clock, cars can get out, park on both sides. 3/4 of all the G section, the H sections, I got a lot of calls and I went out there, and cars do not fit 4 lanes when you're parked on both sides. If there's ever a fire or an ambulance, we always look at safety, and it gets worse every event and every event. So I understand that we had some bylaws there and police officers. I think we gotta just put some signs, tag and tow, and just leave them one side parking and maybe get Hanson and start towing, because it's a matter of time something's gonna happen. Huh?
Joe.
So,
Through you, Madam Mayor. First of all, the Canada 150 celebrations in general were a success. Lots of people, from my understanding, no one was hurt. It was a good show, and all that went off really nicely. But it was considered a significant event, and the lead person on that was Alain Normand. And Alain, as he does after every significant event, we're going to be meeting next week to see what went right, what went wrong, and how we can improve things. And the parking issue is certainly an issue. because it's become a regional event in a very small area, and there's an influx of a lot of people. So that's something that we're going to be looking at and reporting back to council.
Thank you, Joe. I'm not saying about the event, the 150. The traffic started actually around 8:30, 9 o'clock. During the daytime, it was fine. So people all came there mostly for the fireworks. And they all kind of jammed at once, and they started parking. They were there until 2 o'clock. I lived there. They couldn't get out. People were making U-turns on grass, on boulevards. They were honking. They can't back in because it doesn't hold. So we have to do it's not like a half hour, 20 minutes of traffic. It was like 5 hours to get people out. And, you know, so I'd like to sit in that meeting with you, if it's possible, the staff next week. See what we could do to improve it, because it's a matter of time. A fire truck and ambulance is going to get in there. We're not looking at one street. We're looking at kilometers and kilometers. Fire truck's not going to get in. An ambulance.
So there you go. You have an extra volunteer.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Bowman.
Madam Mayor, I'd just like to add to Councillor Fortini. I was also coming up from another event and was blocked for over 40 minutes on Williams Parkway, which is a main thoroughfare for a lot of our emergency vehicles. There was cars parked one on either side. Trucks were parking in the median with everybody getting out to watch the fireworks, and then people were double parking along the other side of the other cars. So I'd never seen anything like that before, so I guess it was a successful fireworks. But I guess, you know, we've got to, I don't even know how our bylaw staff would even get down there, since I was stuck there as well, so.
Councillor Spovieri.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just like to suggest maybe next year we look at the Gore Meadows. It's a huge, huge place. Lots of parking, possibly. Thank you.
I think that's called lobbying. Councillor Fortini, you're back on board.
Back on. Sorry, Joe. I understand this was 150 in Canada Day. I lived there 25 years. This has been going on every event. So we have an event coming now, I think in August. It'll be the same thing. Exact same thing. Now, Canada Day, yes, they all jammed in around 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock for the fireworks. But we had fireworks all the time there. And it was, in the past it wasn't too bad, but the last couple of years, it's getting really bad, really bad. So we have one coming this August, another event. I think they got Midway coming before the X. They got the same thing. So I'd like to see how we could do maybe a little project before that event and see how we can better it. Yeah? Thank you.
Councillor Paleshi.
Joe, thanks for letting us know that it was a great event. Every party needs a pooper.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, it's the previous council's fault.
Thank you very much. We have commitment to staff to work with Councillor Bertini with a debrief. Okay. Our last added new business item is programming opportunities in Garden Square. Essentially, this is here, staff have been requesting that we have some organized consultation with regards to programming opportunities for Garden Square. And I personally have gone and talked to Mr. Rogers about the programming on the screen, so I think we need to collectively allow economic development to work on this. So this report essentially moved by myself, or this motion moved by myself and Councillor Bowman, is that staff be requested to report back to council on programming opportunities for Garden Square to leverage the city's technological entertainment venue investment in the square and showcase the city of Brampton. And they'll bring us a report back after they've been able to work on that. So, any questions? All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Our next item is government relations matter. There's a regional council meeting scheduled for Thursday, July 6th. A briefing note's been distributed to members by the CAO's office. I believe we got it on our desk this morning. Lowell is here from the office of the CAO to provide a brief presentation in regard to the briefing note and government relations. Welcome.
Council, I'm going to be focusing on the upcoming EMO conference. And I appreciate you giving me this time because I know this has been a very long council meeting, so I'm going to be extraordinarily brief. But given that this is the last time that this council is going to be all together prior to EMO, I just really wanted to take this opportunity just to ensure that everybody is fully aware of what the steps we have taken as staff so far, and then how we're going to continue to keep you engaged between now and when the conference begins in August. So as it says, we have formally submitted all our delegation requests. Staff is now working diligently to develop our briefing materials and any other information that the team will need as we have our ministerial meetings. And then the next thing, through the city clerk, we are trying to coordinate 2 council workshops. Just given the size of our delegation this year, we want to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to participate, and given schedules and timing, we are looking at having one meeting, one council workshop on August the 1st in the morning. And then we're also looking at having one attached to your council meeting on August the 9th. So if you can attend one, hopefully we'll be able to catch you on the 2nd. And for those who can attend both, I have reached out to ensure that we will follow up with you either by phone or by email, just to make sure that you're given all the same information. And both information, all the information that's going to be shared is going to be shared at the same between both meetings. As a reminder, these are the ministerial meetings that we've requested. I just want to reiterate that these are 15-minute meetings. So by the time you say, hello, how are you, you already have probably about 13 minutes left. So from the City of Brampton's perspective, we just want to make sure that we're clear, we're crisp, and ideally we engage in a dialogue with not only the minister or if it's a parliamentary assistant, but also the senior staffs that's there. We can really engage in some good dialogue. As a reminder, we generally confirm meetings 1 week prior. So by the August 9th council workshop, we should have a good sense of what meetings we have confirmed and which ones are still outstanding. During the council workshops, one of the things that we also want to do is confirm who wants to speak for each of these ministries. So perhaps between now and July 28th, you can kind of put on your thinking caps. And if there's a meeting that you really want to speak at, I've heard some, Councillor Paleshi, you mentioned around Ministry of Transportation, Councillor Miles around municipal affairs and equal representation and secondary units. So if there's others that you really want to speak at, please let me know. It's important for us to also probably have 2 speakers, at least listed, a primary and a secondary. And that's for a variety of different reasons, in case we have scheduling conflicts where we have 2 meetings happening at the same time, for those who have regional responsibilities if you're asked to participate in one of their meetings, and also for those who want to participate in any of the AMO conference sessions. This way we can accommodate, but as long as the primary and there's a secondary. And because ultimately we're sharing the same information to everybody, any one of you can really pick up the speaking notes and speak to each of the issues. So we really want to make sure that everybody around this table and who's participating is really comfortable with the information that we're sharing during these conferences. And lastly, we're also requesting to meet with the leaders of the oppositions. They use a slightly different process, so they don't go through municipal affairs to coordinate everything. So I've been in contact with both of the leaders' offices. So hopefully we'll be able to find a time that works for us. And again, they usually confirm about a week before. And then the last thing, for those of you who I've worked with in the past on AMO conferences, these are very fluid. We have to be very nimble. We have to be very agile. Things kind of change the last minute. So again, as staff, we do confirm to be in touch with you all right up to the AMO conference. And vice versa, if something changes on your end, please just let us know so then we can appropriately plan for any changes that's required. And for those who are participating in the regional delegations, they're actually hosting a briefing session on August the 10th. So I'll probably be participating in those just so I get a sense of their schedules, and I'll make sure that we have a good schedule for the City of Brampton as well. So that's it.
Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And yes, I want Del Duca. I have a question for Joe. Joe, there's on tomorrow's agenda, there's, I think it's a notice of motion or something from Mayor Crombie requesting that a certain size pipe that we use in the region be, going forward, be used as steel and no longer use concrete. Do you know anything about it?
Through you, Madam Mayor, in a previous life in a municipality far, far away, I was involved a little bit in the study of concrete versus steel, and there's lobby groups on both sides, and it's actually a fairly complex issue. And it's not just that simple saying let's just use steel or just let's use reinforced concrete. The steel, once you put it in the ground, it's got thin skin. It's the way you have to. The bedding material has to be just right. There's all kinds of things that go on in construction with the steel that's completely different than concrete. So I'm not sure. This is the first I've heard of the motion. I'm not familiar with that, but I'm just saying that it's a complex issue.
Yeah, it's saying to use steel instead of concrete.
Through you, Madam Mayor, again, the Hanlon theater main that the region went on, they actually used a little bit of both. At one time, they were going to just use one product, and then, but when the bids came in, there was a huge lobby by the reinforced concrete pipe people here in Ontario. And quite frankly, in my opinion, the concrete pipe is the Cadillac. It's actually a good product.
Yeah. I'm on the Hanlon advisory committee, something or other. I think we've met once. I don't know, I'm just on it, but I didn't. I understand there's two, and the concrete kind of work is kind of done. The steel work is really far behind, but I wonder if there's any way that we could get our hands, if somebody from your office could get your hands on the agenda and just have a look at that one report and provide.
Well, through you, Madam Mayor, in fairness, we're really not large pipe experts. I don't think.
I know we aren't, but
no, but our staff, our staff, we're not really experts in it either. It's beyond really our capability.
Okay. Thanks, Joe.
The Brampton Council are going to AMO. Could we, by a show of hands, everybody? Is everybody going to AMO?
I don't think everybody is. It's a pretty high number, but I don't think it's everybody.
Everybody put their hand up. Councillor Sprovieri, are you going to AMO? Okay, so just you.
9.
9?
Including, yeah, we have 9 that have been confirmed.
So how do we deal with quorum issues?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think this is an issue most municipal councils, when they have large contingents attend these events, deal with. I think there will be staff there to accommodate and support members of council. All members of council may not always be together at one point in time, and if they are together at one point in time, it may be for something other than conducting the business of the corporation. It may be for a social event or a dinner or something like that. So I don't have any reservations.
So it's okay if we have breakfast together? No, you know what? I'm bringing it up because it's very real. It's very real. We are there to further the business of the municipality. That's what the concerns that are raised in the Municipal Act, and I think that we have got to take a look at it, and maybe we shouldn't all be going.
Oh.
So.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think other municipal councils, smaller ones generally, most if not all of their councils do attend. And if someone were to take issue with members of council participating in this very productive event, then that could be a matter they could take up with the closed meeting investigator who will conduct an investigation. So, but I don't see anything wrong with what council's proposing to do.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Miles.
Thank you.
Can I ask a little, the one question I had is last year we brought Joanna Flewelling from William Osler to talk about the healthcare dollars. Are we planning to invite, because none of us are qualified to be talking about what dollars are needed at the hospital, but I think it would be wise to bring somebody. And they have a new CAO. I think he's going to just be like a week in, but maybe somebody from his team could come and give support the ask that we're making. Is that your intention?
We are reaching out to them to ensure that there is a representative from them, and again, it's up to them to attend. And the scheduling, we've advised them that the scheduling is kind of tight because we may not find out until the week before, but we are working with them.
I think it sends a strong message. I mean, at the end of the day, we can be champions, but they are the people on the ground with 2 hospitals that are both having gridlock issues. So I think we really do need to be strong on this particular item. Okay. I have a motion moved by Councillor Moore, seconded by Councillor Key, that the briefing report and presentation be received. All those in favor? That's carried. We can now deal with item 19, public question period. This is where we invite members of the public to come forward to the podium to ask questions about any decision made by council at today's meeting. There's a 15-minute limit for all questions and answers. And since there's no public that I can see... Oh, Fotsy, it's lovely to see you. Do you have any questions about our meeting today? No? Do you have any questions? Excellent. All right, thank you. Okay, so we're now at the portion of the meeting dealing with the adoption of the city bylaws to give effect to council decisions made at this meeting and previous meetings. I have a motion moved by Councillor Willen, seconded by Councillor Bowman, that the bylaws be given the required number of readings and the corporate seal affixed thereto. All those in favor? That's carried. Our next item of business is item 21, closed session business. And I have a motion moved by Councillor Fortini, seconded by Councillor Moore, that council proceed into closed session to discuss matters pertaining to the following. 21.1, minutes closed session, Citizen Appointments Committee special meeting of June 19th. 21.2, minutes closed session, City Council, June 21st. 21.3, minutes closed session, Citizen Appointment Committee special meeting of June 28th. 21.4, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board property acquisition matter. 21.5, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board property matter. 21.6, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board litigation matter. And the two additional items, 21.7, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, OPR police investigation. 21.8, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board litigation matter. All those in favor? That's carried. This meeting is now recessed in order for council to consider its closed session business in the 6th floor boardroom. All meetings of council must start and end in public session. After closed session is completed, council will reconvene in public session in the council chambers to complete its business on today's agenda, including reporting out on any actions arising from its closed session portion of the meeting, passing a confirming bylaw to confirm the proceedings and decisions of this meeting, and adjourning the meeting. We're recessed and you got 15 minutes. Yep. Okay, we're returning to public session. In the continuing interest of transparency and open government, I will report in public session any outcomes from today's closed session business. As a result of our closed session today, I wish to report the following. 21.1 minutes closed session, Citizen Appointments Committee, special meeting of June 19th, 2017. These minutes were acknowledged by Council. 21.2 minutes of the closed session, City Council, June 21st, 2017. These minutes were acknowledged by Council. 21.3 minutes of closed session, Citizens Appointments Committee, special meeting of June 28th. These minutes were acknowledged by Council, and direction was given to consider a motion in public session.
Members of Council, the motion is on the screen. I'll read through it, that the following citizen representatives be appointed to the Age-Friendly Brampton Advisory Committee as youth representatives effective immediately for the term ending November 30th, 2018, or until successors are appointed. Riyad Bakish, Alicia Dean, Mansimrim Anad. And 2, that the following citizen representatives be appointed as alternate members to the Age-Friendly Brampton Advisory Committee as youth representatives to be called upon to join the committee if and when a vacancy arises in the future, effective immediately for the term ending November 30th, 2018, or until successors are appointed. Arvind Krishendal and Lindsay Maharaj. 3, that whereas the terms of reference for the Brampton Community Safety Advisory Committee call for citizen representatives from each of the 4 quadrants of the city divided by Queen Street and Highway 410, whereas no citizen applicants were received from persons residing south of Queen Street and a number of qualified candidates residing north of Queen Street were considered, and whereas there is a recognition of the need to proceed with the startup of the committee, therefore be it resolved that the following citizen representatives be appointed to the Brampton Community Safety Advisory Committee effective immediately for the term ending November 30th, 2018, or until successors are appointed. Cody Vatcher, Ivan Marco Macri, Mayo Heiko, Shaylin Sinha, Jessica Negro, and David Culp. And 4, that pending the outcome of the additional outreach discussions by committee members with potential new candidates, the clerk be directed to undertake a social media-based posting of the opportunity for appointment of additional members to the Brampton Community Safety Advisory Committee, specifically from citizens residing south of Queen Street.
So I have a motion in front of me, and I believe it's moved by Councillor Willens. I think you should become a doctor in your next life. Seconded by Councillor Moore. All those in favor? That's carried. 21.4, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, a property acquisition matter. This item was considered by council, but no direction was given to staff in regard to this matter. 21.5, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, property matter. This item was considered by council, but no direction was given to staff in regard to this matter. 21.6, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, litigation matter. This item was considered by council. Direction was given to staff in regards to this matter. 21.7, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. This item was considered by council, and direction was given to staff in regard to this matter. 21.8, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, litigation matter. No direction was given. Our next item of business is item 22, confirming bylaw. I have a motion moved by Councillor Fortini, seconded by Councillor Moore, that the following bylaw before council at its regular meeting of July 5th be given the required number of readings taken by the mayor and the city clerk, and the corporate seal affixed thereto. All those in favor? That's carried. Our last item of business is item 23, adjournment. Thank you, members, for your respectful consideration and decisions today. Thank you to staff for your information and advice. Council is next scheduled to meet on August 9th at 9:30 and Wednesday, September 13th at 9:30. And I have a motion moved by Councillor Bowman, seconded by Councillor Willens. Council do now adjourn to meet again for a regular meeting of council on Wednesday, August 9th at 9:30 a.m. or at the call of the mayor. All those in favor? That's carried. This meeting is adjourned. Please enjoy the rest of your day and have a safe and enjoyable summer.